We're back on one of the world's greatest tracks. 384 drivers, 62 nations. The Rotax Grand Finals are back in Bahrain.
I'm excited, really excited for Monday.
I can't even express it.
I love it. It's part of my life.
It's amazing to get to know all of this and to be part of it.
I'm waiting for the green flag to come in.
This is the biggest event, the most diverse entry, the most dedicated team. Our family is reunited.
Proud moment, obviously, the work that we've done through the season to finally to see the Rotax Grand Final sign above. It's definitely a big reward.
We're back with our friends. But they do say that the best friends make for the fiercest rivals. The race for Grand Finals glory is underway.
Marhaban, hello, welcome to Bahrain and Finals Day for the 2023 Rotax Grand Finals. This, quite simply, is the most important, the best, the most exciting day in the world of Rotax karting. And we can't wait to have you on board for a full programme of racing today. 8 races, 10 Grand Finals champions are going to be crowned.
Well, this is it.
This is it.
This is what everyone's been working for all year.
Yep. The tension here in the paddock is quite literally crackling. We're going to start with E10 qualifying, then we move on to the E20 Senior and Masters final, then we will have the E10 ecart Cup, the first ever E10 Grand Finals champion. There'll be a lunch break before we move in to Micro, Mini, Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters. Who is going to be the Grand Final champion of the Rotax universe?
I don't know. I can't guess. Yesterday, really, with the pre-finals, nothing separating.
Incredible racing.
Yeah.
We really do want your support online. It's Rotax Karting on Facebook, Rotax Karting on Instagram. 384 drivers and their families and mechanics started the quest to Bahrain all the way back in January when the first tickets were handed out. We've lost 144 of those drivers after the pre-finals, but they're here, they're watching, they're already plotting their quest for 2024. From all over the world, from all walks of life, men, women, every race, religion, colour and creed, come to this cathedral of speed. This is our palace, our solace. It's what we do. It's why we love this sport. The drivers stand tall on the shoulders of all those who support them, and today is their chance to show you why they are simply the best in the world. Well, hello, good morning and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You join us on track for the first ever E10 ecart Cup qualifying session, rather, for electric karts. 12 drivers who failed to qualify for the Minimax final. The karts were simply, the internal combustion engines were taken off and the E10 electric power units were put on. Now, this was open to the first 12 drivers who did not qualify for the Minimax final. It wasn't mandatory, and several of those drivers not to take, but we drivers, it went down in order. So on screens now we have the first group of drivers going through. We've got Ahmed Al Khalifa from Bahrain. Gage Korn is in this session, the American driver. Leopold Jusch is also in this qualifying group. 5-minute session. It's short, sharp and swift as we go through turns 1 and 2 here in Bahrain, up and over the roller coaster section and down towards turn number 5. Now they begin the descent down through turn number 6 and into turn 7, braking zone at turn number 8. We will get you the graphics and the full list of participants. You have in kart number 801 you have Anachatkul Kompalu from Thailand. In kart number 807 David Matlak from Serbia. Gage Korn is in kart 811. Ben McLaughlin from Ireland in kart 812. Leopold Jusch from Switzerland in kart 809. Vita Salmi from Finland is in the 805 kart. Ahmed Al Khalifa from Bahrain is in 804. Then it's the 803 kart of Poland's Natan Rybczynski. Eleftheros Toupakis from Greece is in kart 806. Alexander Rogowski is in kart 802. Shumba Matoda from Japan is in 810. And Proko Solokovtsev is in kart 808, the driver from Kyrgyzstan. But at the moment it is all the rage. Gage Korn, who leads the field. On the timing sheets on your screens there, you can see the blue and white race suits. Well, it's got green tinges on it as well. That's Ben McLaughlin, and he is chasing the main blue and white race suit of Finland's Vita Salmi. Of course, all these drivers would have had their fair share of misfortune during the course of the week, which is why they never made it into the top 36 in Minimax. These are exactly the same karts, the same chassis they used, and it took about 15 minutes to remove the internal combustion Rotax 125 engine and put on the E10 power unit. That is the ease of use. They have a boost button on them, these karts. They weigh the same. Lap times at the moment are about 2 seconds slower than Minimax, but it's David Matlak who leads the way. No, it's Proko Solokovtsev with just over a minute to go, who moves into top spot. Best lap time, a 60.804 second lap. Matlak second, Korn third, then it is Al Khalifa, Jusch, Salmi, Rogovski, Rybczynski, Toupakis, McLaughlin and Matoda. 50 seconds to go, and Solukovtsev is on another very quick lap, and Matlak chasing him along. McLaughlin and Salmi also in this group is Ahmed Al Khalifa. They come up to turn number 5 side by side. That's not going to work for these drivers. It's Solukovtsev, McLaughlin. No, it's David Matlak with a time of 101.141 seconds, who has provisional pole positions, or Solukovtsev with a 100.8 takes it back, heading up towards turn number 5 again. The clock strikes 0 now. The order at the moment is Solukovtsev, Matlak, McCloughery, Zhush, Al Khalifa, Salmi, Korn, Tumpakas, Rubinski, Toda. We haven't got Kalompu Alochatko on track with us. He is still in the pit lane. Al Khalifa in the white crash helmet, the black race suit, is currently 7th at the moment, but he's in the draft. He's following Ben McCloughery. You can see the green lapels, or the green sort of shoulder pads on the Team Ireland race suit. A very, very attractive race suit design for the Irish team this year. Solukovtsev coming up towards the checkered flag. It's still a 1:00.80 second lap, side by side. That's going to slow McCloughery and Al Khalifa down. That's going to ruin their final lap. David Matlak second. Gage Corn goes third. All the rage. Gage Corn goes into P3. McCloughery is fourth, but he's not going to improve on this lap, is he? No. As the checkered flag waves, the order, the provisional starting lineup for the E10 ecart Cup will be Prokor Solukovtsev, followed by David Matlak. Gage Corn and Ben McCloughery will share row number 2. Leopold Zhush and Vita Salmi on row 3. Ahmed Al Khalifa and Nathan Rybczynski will start on row 4, followed by Etherios Tumpakas, Alexander Rogovsky and Shimba Matoda. Well, sadly, there is Ben McCloughery, the Irishman, again such a very, very distinct and smart Irish race suit, and he is he qualifies 4th fastest. So there is the last of the non-final action. Your provisional results: Solukovtsev, Matlak, Korn, McCloughery, Zhush, Salmi, Al Khalifa, Rybczynski, Tumpakas, Rogovsky and Matoda. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to get the finals underway. We will have E20 Senior and E20 Masters up first. Then it will be the final for this class, a quick turnaround for the E10 ecart Cup contenders, followed by Micromax. Then there will be a lunch break, and then this afternoon, Mini, Junior, Senior, DD2 Masters and DD2. The drivers are getting themselves ready. Joining me in the commentary box for the E20 race, it is Alex Goldschmidt. Alex, welcome back. And the atmosphere quite literally is crackling. Drivers are on the grid now. This could be a very, very special race.
Yes, because I mean that for the 3rd year in Grand Finals, we will have 3 different winners in E20 Seniors. Also, the fact the Masters class, a new addition replacing Juniors. Of course, Juniors have been running as part of the Euro Trophy this year. But of course, the excitement is palpable. It is really, really such a special occasion here at the Grand Finals, because Finals Day is where the fade into the background.
Yes.
And it's winner all. And this is what is really
absolutely. And the history of this class, it made its debut here in Bahrain. Oscar Pellemel from France was victorious on that occasion, ahead of Hannes Morin from Sweden and David Aulesner from Poland. Last year in Portimao, Jesper Sjöberg from Sweden took the win. Luca Kirster was second, and Chen Hanlin became the first ever driver from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan to get a podium in the Grand Finals. The E20 Masters drivers will start behind them. Here is a look at the driver that will start fourth on the grid, Spencer Braum from the United Kingdom. Philippe Loacker, who will be joining me on commentary later on, will be starting on the outside of row number 1. They take the back stops off these carts, which you need to take them off the trailer. Alex, we've got a very short moment of time for your stat of the day.
Well, also, firstly, I have to wish someone who is very much entrenched in the Rotax racing family a very many happy returns. Of course, one of the people behind Karting Genk, the home of champions. Many happy returns to Koen Lemons
Happy birthday,
today.
Koen.
But, well, the stat of the day is the distance and the laps that we have covered. Yesterday, we covered a total of 4,148 laps, which brings our running total to 12,470. So we covered a distance of just over 5,867 kilometres, bringing us to 13,322 of completed racing laps done by every driver so far.
Okay, thank you, Alex. We now look at the starting lineup. Pole position. Driving kart 601, representing Germany, Mats-Johann Overhoff, 17 years old from Marl, 10th in this event 2 years ago. Philippe Loacker in kart 5 starts on the outside of row number 1, 29th in Minimax 3 years ago at Sarno. Christopher Holst from Switzerland, 3rd last year in E20 Junior, goes to the inside of row number 2. On the outside of row number 2, making his debut, Spencer Braum from the UK. Piotr Borowczyk from Poland, Borowczyk 15 years old from on the inside of row number 3, with Marius Rose from Denmark on the outside of row 3. Marius, 16 years old. Knud Nielsen from Denmark starts on row number 4, the 14-year-old driver from then Dominic Diak from Hungary, 15 years old. Sebastian Bach, 3rd Grand Final from Denmark, 14, 21 is his best. Canada, Chen Q. Starting from P11 will be the only lady in Canada. 09 Rocket will start on the outside of row 6. Siri Kong Siri from Thailand, 14 years old from Bangkok, from P13. Alejandro Brambio Pereira from Spain will start yesterday's pre-final. He finished 23rd as a senior 2 years ago, will go from P15. In the E20 Masters division, it is Brazil's João Gonçalves, who has won every race so far. Start from pole position, the 39-year-old Rotax International Trophy South America Masters champion. Alongside him on the front row of the Masters grid is Andreas Mattis from Germany. Then it is Cyprus's Igor Mukin. This is Igor's 6th consecutive Grand Finals appearance. And Loacker starts 4th in class. He was 10th. Ramirez, the oldest, at 68 years old, from Santiago, goes from the inside of row number 3. And João Diaz from Portugal, he goes from the outside of row 3. João was 13th last year. Manuel Martins will start on the inside of row number 4. And from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan, it is Hsian Chu, 46 years old, from New Taipei City. Rounding out the Masters field in kart 701, 64-year-old Jose Luis Hurtado from Santiago. He finished 16th in this event 1 year ago. Alex Goldschmidt, the stage is set.
We also have to say a big thank you to the chassis partner for E20 Senior and Masters, of course, our good friends over in France at Sudicart, running on the Sigma DD2 chassis. The drivers will now get underway with the official formation lap. It's going to be 10 laps. Now, in comparison with the pre-final that we had under the nighttime sky at around about 8 o'clock yesterday evening, it is hotter now. It's 23 degrees air ambient temperature, which is probably going to be north of 30 degrees on the asphalt. Now, what they have to do is not only be strategic with the boost, but also those D5 tyres. They will be put under significant pressure and duress over an additional 2 laps. And it is about how you get that start off the line. This is a standing start, so there is a lot of torque from the permanent magnetic synchronous motor, basically the rear axle, and that could make all the difference from finishing on the podium or even taking the Grand Finals crown.
Germany have won Grand Finals victory. Farin Mega back in 2018 in Minimax. Switzerland, looking at their Grand Finals record, they have yet to win. They've got 2 third-place finishes. One of them came by the driver starting in third last year in E20 Junior, Christopher Holst. In the Grand Finals medals table, South Africa have 14 wins. They still lead the medals table. The Great Britain have 13 wins. Spencer Braum could tie Great Britain for the lead with South Africa. The drivers move into their grid positions for what will be a standing start. Overhoff on the left-hand side of your screen. On the right is Loaka. Holst on the inside of row number 2 and Braum on the outside of 2. Then it's Borotchik, Rose, Nielsen, Dyack, Bach, Q, Lemieux. Then Gonsalves, Mattis, Mukin and Gilberto Loaka, they lead the Masters field, and we are off and racing. One driver at the back has had a false start. The rest of the E20 senior field head their way through turn number 1 with Overhoff leading, Loaka Host. Braum is up into second, third, Braun going for second into turn number 5. A great start for Overhoff.
Yes, indeed, as things get underway for Masters, as they will start a little bit further back, a little bit wide there, I think, for Christopher Holst. That's through into turn number 8, but Overhoff already striding away into the distance. This is an opportune moment where the drivers can use that 5-second boost deployment, then recharge it for 30. They might be lucky to get that back online. It's 5 lights and it flashes green on the chronometers, which means you can deploy it. And this is the opportune moment. You're accelerating, you're going to sweep through the final right-hander, and whilst you're midway through those 2 corners, you're accelerating using the boost, using the full capacity of power.
Into turn number 1, almost flat out, right-hander, careful on the outside curb. Now you flick left, downhill through turn 2, uphill over the crest at 3, downhill, roller coaster through 4, uphill, blind apex, right-hand hairpin, turn number 5, over the crest, down the hill once again. You flick right through 6, that leads you through the kink at 7, and then down the long straight towards the heavy braking zone here at turn number 8. You're now heading back uphill towards turns 9, here, then 10, you wait for it, can't see the apex, there it is, over the crest, through 11, down the hill once again, 12 is here, on the brakes, heavy braking zone, you flick left, don't run too deep, now through 13, feed the power, more power, through 14, the track opens up. That is a lap of the Bahrain International Circuit with Overhoff still leading.
Yeah, this time the gap has now gone down to just under 0.4 of a second. Braum and Loaka and Holst are closing in there. So Holst is second, Braum third, Loaka fourth. Mattis leading Masters, but not at the moment because Mukin has just retaken the lead. Goncalves down to third, Loaka in fourth, Diaz in fifth, has made up a position ahead. Or as Goncalves has now retaken the lead, Overhoff still leads the way in E20 Masters. Seniors. I spoke with Overhoff's dad yesterday as Braum goes up the inside of Holst for second, was completely emotional about how Mats just composed himself, and I know for a fact his fingernails will be bitten to the quick by the end of this race.
He is a different driver than the one we saw 2 years ago. He's a different driver than the one that started this season. Now, behind him, Gonçalves, I think, is back in the lead of Masters. Brazil have never won a Grand Finals. Is that about to change? Mattis is second. Cyprus have never stood on the podium. Mukin is third at the moment. Luaka is fourth. Gilberto Luaka needs to find 0.3 of a second to catch and pass Igor Mukin, which he's done. Gilberto Luaka moves into third. His son, Philip Luaka, is third in the E20 class. We've never had a father and son pairing on the podium on the same day in Grand Finals history. Now, down the hill, Overhoff leads by 0.8 of a second. Holst, Luaka and Braum are next.
The thing is, Overhoff's just got to really keep a calm head on cool shoulders, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's opening that gap up, and last time around he was quicker than Christopher Holst. He's quicker again by over 0.2, but Braum is back up into P2, and now the hunt begins.
Yes, Holst is third, then Luaka is fourth. Behind Luaka is Borovchik. Siri Kong Siri is next, at a gap back to Yuching Q, followed by Dyak, Bark, Crockett, Smith, Lemieux and Brambio. Gonçalves leads by 0.7 of a second in Masters over Mattis, Mukin and Gilberto Luaka. Then it's Diaz, Martins, Ramirez, Chu and Hurtado. Half distance, and Max Johann Overhoff for Team Germany is extending his lead.
That's the key point here, because now it's down to what Spencer Braum does, but he might want to have the opportunity to pull people along with him. But there has been a change a little bit further back. I think that was third place that has just been exchanged between, I think, Knud Nielsen and Christopher Holst. So the Dane, Nielsen has dropped. That was Marius Rose. We're going to have a look at a replay here. Now, again, over this crest coming through out of turn 10. Perfect racing line taken by the 607 of Marius Rose, who won the Danish ecart Cup earlier on this year, as did Hector Ramirez, to book their place here at Bahrain. But you can also see some drivers getting a little bit heavier on the throttle, including the 613 City Kong City from Thailand, who's giving it everything.
Okay, on to the second half of the race. There's Braum being chased by Christopher Holst. Could this be a second consecutive third place finish for Holst? He has got a 1 second lead over Marius Rose, who's all on his own in fourth place. Here is the fifth place battle. Nielsen holding off Luaka and Borovchik. Then it's Kong Siri, and behind them Yuchin Chu and and Dominic Dyak are also in this battle. Braum chasing his good friend Mats Johan Overhoff, but Overhoff has a 1.3 second advantage. Overhoff is already coming down towards turn number 7. There he goes. It's Braum and Holst almost neck and neck for P2. Braum has a 2 kart length advantage. Gonçalves leads Masters by 0.8 of a second over Mattis. Then there's a big gap back to Mukin in third and Gilberto Luaka. Well, at the moment, the second half of this race is not going well for either Philip or his dad Gilberto. Philip has dropped to 7th in seniors, Luaka 4th and fading in Masters. One driver not fading though is Mats Overhoff. He's extending his advantage. Braum checks over his shoulder, and can he respond? No, another 0.2 in the bag for Overhoff. Braum has got to try and defend second place now.
Yeah, that's what he's got to do. He now realises that opportunity of a win here at the Grand Finals is fast fading away. Overhoff has been 0.2 of a second quicker over the last 3 laps. All the zone, racehorse blinkers are on. He's concentrating on his own race. He knows he's got clear air behind him, and that's all he needs to do. Quick check over the right shoulder from Overhoff.
And I tell you who's not out of the fight for a podium yet. That's Marius Rose from Denmark in kart 607. There he is, closing in on the Braum-Holst battle down the hill. We're going to start the penultimate lap any moment now. Gonçalves still leads Mattis by 0.8 of a second in Masters. So it's Germany leading the United Kingdom, leading Switzerland in senior. It's leading and Cyprus in Through the roller coaster they go under the hot Arabian sky, and Philippe Luaka now making a move. Silicon City also tried to pass Luaka. Here is your leader though. We've got a lap and a bit to go.
Yeah, it's just about keeping it calm. Gap now 1.5 seconds. Overhoff's last lap, 54.977. Brahms at 55. Crazy against Christopher Holst, who's right on his rear bumper at the moment. Step on the rostrum. Marius Rose has set the fastest lap of the race by my calculations. He's still closing in. The gap between Holst and Rose is now half a second. There's a bit of a freight train with Brocic ahead of like Luaka, Kong City, Q, Diak, Bach rounding at the top 11. Last lap underway. Mats Johan Overhoff has nearly a 1.6 second advantage. About 1.3 go. A very different driver as opposed to 2 years ago. He's put in a lot of hard work and now he's reaping the rewards.
This is where Overhoff has to keep his composure. Half a lap away from the biggest moment of his karting life. He has dominated. He had to play second fiddle to Spencer Braum in the heats. It came good for him in the pre-final. We're side by side.
Oh no!
Third place. That's Holst and Marius Road going off into the barriers. That will put Knud Nielsen into third for Denmark. But Mats Johan Overhoff will take Grand Finals glory for Germany. Spencer Braum second for the United Kingdom, and Knud Nielsen will finish third for Denmark ahead of City Kong City. Piotr Borowczyk. Alex, let's look back at this. It was up the inside.
Yeah, just looking, just went for the move, mounted the right rear tyre, collects the front bumper, and he's skidding over to the side, and then of course Holst in the barriers. It's not the best way, but you know what, sometimes at this moment in the competition it is risk versus reward, and sometimes it does not pay off, and that's a prime example.
You have to put it all on the line. Behind the top three, Gonçalves has taken Brazil's first Grand Finals victory. Bravo, João. Bravo, Andreas Mattis completes a great race for Germany. They win seniors. They came second in Masters. And Cyprus have a Grand Finals podium, thanks to Igor Mukhin, the experienced Igor Mukhin. His best career effort in the Grand Finals before today was 9th last year in DD2 Masters. He is now a podium finisher. So a second Grand Finals win for Germany, a 19th runner-up finish for the United Kingdom, and for Denmark, they take their third place. They now have 6 podiums, Denmark, not a win yet. Brazil are the newest winner, the newest champions in the Grand Finals. They become the 29th nation to win a Grand Finals. Germany second, and Cyprus become the 42nd nation to get onto the podium. Of course, it remains provisional. As we look at some of the things, Alex, take us through the full results, please.
So, Mats Johan Overhoff takes his first major victory in racing alone karting, becoming the 2023 provisional E20 senior champion, 2.2 seconds ahead of Spencer Braum. Knud Nielsen for Denmark rounds out the E20 senior podium, ahead of Thailand's City Kong City, Piotr Borowczyk from Poland, Philip Luaka from Switzerland, Dominic Diak, Yu Chen Q, Sebastian Bach, Cameron Crockett, Alejandro Barambio Pereira, Lewis Smith and Frederic Lemieux rounding out the 13 finishers of E20 Senior. And unfortunately, on the last lap of the race, at the top of the right-hand part of the circuit, Christopher Holst and Marius Rose out of contention, unfortunately, whilst one went for the move. João Gonçalves, muito parabéns for Brazil, taking the E20 Senior Masters crown, ahead of Germany's Andreas Mattis. Igor Mukhin for Cyprus rounds out the top 3, followed by Gilberto Loaca, João Diaz, Manuel Martins, Hector Ramirez, Isian Chu and Jose Luis Hurtado rounding out the complete 24 drivers that we have had for E20 Senior and Masters. And you know what? That was the perfect example of racing that we've seen from E20 Senior and E20 Masters for the third year in a row. And now we have 3 different nations, all from Europe, France, Sweden and Germany, that have been on the E20 overall podium.
Let's take a moment, and there is the image. Second, congratulating first, the victor celebrating with the vanquished. But we're all winners here. All the drivers have won to get here. Overhoff and Braum, this is Spencer Braum's first major international race. He runs as a privateer in the UK. He won the event at PFI to get this ticket. Overhoff has focused predominantly on e-karting over the last couple of years. Alex, you and I, we're so blessed to be able to get to know the drivers and their families. We don't have favourites.
Yeah.
Obviously, we know some drivers better than others just
Exactly.
because we don't have favourites. But when you do get to know family members and they sort of, you warm to them, not a nicer driver than Mats Johan Overhoff. He's admitted himself that for the last couple of years he has called himself the B final bandit because he has worked so hard to
Yes.
get to this point. It goes to prove to any driver watching at home, whether you are just starting out in karting or whether you've had a rubbish year, if you keep working hard enough like Mats Johan Overhoff has, you can become a champion.
Also, very interesting chat I had with Spencer Braum in the iconic tent that we have here at the Grand Finals year on year. He said, "Do you remember when you commentated on me back at Wilton Mill in the depths of December in 2018?" I went, "You're kidding." And like literally, it's quite funny how everyone's journey is in some way interlinked. And you know what? Folks, what Spencer and Mats have just showcased is togetherness and 100% sportsmanship. And that is, if that's not a personification of the Grand Finals, I don't know what is, because that just is a heartfelt moment.
It is indeed. Now we move ahead to our second final. This is the inaugural E10 ecart Cup. 12 drivers who failed to make it into the Minimax final, but they now have a chance to shine here in the E10 class. There has been, since qualifying, there has been a change. Prokor Solokovtsev was fastest, but suffered an exclusion afterwards. The Kyrgyzstan driver, he will start last. But before we get to that, let me explain or tell you, the viewers back home, just a little bit about this event. 384 drivers, 61 nations. Great Britain are the biggest nation with 28 drivers. We have 7 countries with just 1 participant: Croatia, Macedonia, Turkey, the Philippines, Jordan, Kuwait, Malaysia, Indonesia and Singapore. We have 9 former Grand Finals champions enter, a further 19 drivers who have sat on the podium. 7 of our drivers were female. The most wins in Grand Finals history, Cristiano Morgado with 5. The second most amount of wins, a tie between Ben Cooper and Mark Kimber with 3. Both are racing here this year. The youngest of our drivers is 9 years old, the oldest 68. There have been 83 total Grand Final champions. We have 4 father and son combinations racing, 7 pairs of siblings and 1 pair of cousins. Family, friend, matters not now. Every driver is simply a rival. They are simply one last hurdle between you and your goal. The goal that you, your family, your team, your mechanic have strived for all year. The wet, freezing cold Wednesday evening test sessions at your local track in the dead of winter have all been worth it to get to this point. The drivers, well, they are the stars, but they stand on the shoulders of giants. The parents, the siblings, who give up everything they can to make it possible for their son, their daughter, their husband or their wife to be able to race. And it all comes down to this. We are so fortunate to be part of this colourful cornucopia of a sport. At its best, karting is simply life-affirming. It's not always like that, but the spirit of competition, the grand finals, is unrivaled. It's nation versus nation on equal equipment. The drivers have the chance to shine. And shine they do. They've shone in the daytime, they've shone under the lights, and now the future, the power of simplicity, the E10 Kart Cup is upon us. But before we get to our next race, Alex, I think it's only fair that we celebrate our first champions with Jen Wade.
Matza, I know you're excited. Everyone's cheering you on up there. They're all looking, all your fans. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, thank you.
What about this great start?
Yeah, it was a pretty good start. Make it easy for the race. I think here starting, especially in the ecart, is very important. And yeah, a small gap at the start, and then the other ones were fighting, and I gained more and more space, and then at the end was a quite easy race.
Yeah. Easy for you, you can say that now because you were so far out in front. But yeah, behind you, really good race. And remembering also that you have a little bit of experience. You've been racing the ecart now for a few years?
Yep, for a few years. I did 2021, I did the DEC, like the German ecart championship. Was quite cool experience there. And then we did a few Euro races. And now we are here and won
number one
championship. Yep.
Anyone you'd like to say thank you to?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you especially for my mechanic,
He's
my dad,
excited.
everybody in my team.
Yeah.
Really
And I think
big
a lot
thanks
of
to
people
them.
watching at home.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Greetings at home.
Okay, we're going to see you at the podium.
Thank you, yeah.
Congratulations.
Unfortunately, we don't have the audio from the interviews here in the commentary box, but one can only imagine what Matt Overhoff was saying up here. Now, let us turn our attention to the E10 Kart Cup. 12 drivers. David Matlack finished 37th in points. Prokorovsev 38th. Not everybody took the opportunity, and in fact, looking down at the lowest ranked driver who is in this race, that is Ben McCloughery, who finished 53rd in points. I'll just count 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Oh, who's the other driver that I have managed to miss off my list? Looking down there, Filip Kianowski. No, he didn't get down that far. Well, anyway, it matters not. These are the 12 drivers who did take the opportunity. They will be led by David Matlack from Serbia. Then all the rage Gage Korn from the United States. Ben McCloughery from Ireland will go from the inside of row number 2. Leopold Jusch from Switzerland will go from the outside of row number 2. Matlack, he had a best finish. Well, I'm just thinking, where did he finish? He had a decent result in his pre-final, but he was too far back. Gage Korn had 2 incidents. That's why he is down there. Leopold Jusch has got a bit of damage to his hand after an incident in his final heat race, but he is okay. Vita Salmi and Ahmed Al Khalifa from Bahrain and Finland and Bahrain are next. Then it is Nathan Rabinski and Eftherios Tompakis, Alexander Rogovski and Shimba Matoda go from row number 5, starting at the back of the field. Kolampu Anachatkul and Prokor Solyukovtsev. Matlak, Solyukovtsev, Yush, Rogovski, Rubinski. They were 37th, 38th, 39th, 40th and 41st in points. Gage Korn 43rd, Shimba Matoda 44th, Tompakis 45th, Khalifa 46th, Salmi 48th and Chatkul 49th, McClockery 54th. It's a shame that the likes of Oliver Warner, Feliciano Bruschi, Minchai Lee and Edward Kirst didn't take up the opportunity, but when somebody loses an opportunity, Alex, it's simply a bonus for another driver. Now this is an E10 Kart Cup.
Yep.
Can we, I'm not quite sure, let's have a little look if we add this to the official list of Grand Finals winners. Possibly, but as the grid kids leave the scene, I believe Jen Wade is down with Brazil's first ever Grand Finals champion, João Gonçalves.
João, fantastic victory for you to take the Masters title, first ever Masters title at the Grand Finals. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I love this. It's the first time here in the Rotax World Champion. I love everything.
Okay. And the racing was also really, really good.
Yeah, it's really, really good. Thank you, everybody. It's very nice. I'm very happy.
He's so happy, he's crying, and we're all going to start crying. Well done, congratulations to you and Team Brazil.
Yeah.
Take a win.
Yes, Brazil. Very good. Thank you everybody. Obrigado a todos pela torcida. Foi fantástico. O evento foi maravilhoso. A gente fez pole e ganhou todas as corridas. Muito bom.
Thank you. Congratulations.
I'm sure that will not be the first bit of driver overcome with emotion today, Alex.
Oh, I completely agree with that sentiment, Henry. But of course, for those wondering, the E10, they are bolted to the same Birrell ART chassis. Gauge electric rage corn. There we go. A new spin on that one. With the help of Zig team at BRP Rotax under Steve Chapman, they managed to shoehorn the electric powertrain from internal combustion to 5 minutes. They had multiple hands on deck, but of course, again, this is going to be a 10-lap race. Sokolotsev, unfortunately, half a kilo underweight, so was demoted to the back of the grid. Anna Chatkul was the only driver not taking part in the qualifying session this morning, so starts on the back row. But this time, folks, we are going rolling start, so the lights are on. And the lights are out, we're underway, and it's the rundown into T1, 3 abreast going into T1 around about sort of mid-pack, but they're all starting to fan out a little bit, heading into the roller coaster here at turns 2 and 3 and over the crest.
Here in 12 drivers, all safely through turns 3 and 4. Let's make a little bit more Grand Finals history, shall we? Matt Black, Korn, McClockery, Jush, and the rest. And of course, the drivers, they've never tested this engine. This is a learning process for all these drivers. The same car, different characteristics, plus the boost button. We go into turn number 9, a 3-kart breakaway up at the front. It's Matlack, Korn and McClockery, the top 3. I believe that is Ben McClockery for Ireland in 3rd position, side by side a bit further back. But Alex, it's a good clean first lap for both drivers and their karts.
Like with the E20s, the E10s also have the boost button as we go on to lap 2. Vitis Salmi now up into P2 from 5th.
My apologies, Gage Korn didn't get away very well at all. It's dropped to 7th.
Yep, so these also have the boost function, but it's 5-second deployment, 45 seconds recharge cycle. Equivalent performance to a current Minimax spec ICE, but it also has a minimum weight requirement of 115 kilos, which is on par with the 950 Minimax.
Battle for second is developing. Finland's Vita Salmi closing in. Ben McClockery as well. Now, we've got So look, that is the Team Ireland race suit with the white crash helmet, the Ben McLaughlin, the orange crash helmet, the orange-red design crash helmet, and the blue and white race suit of Vita Salmi. McLaughlin pushing Salmi up towards the race leader, David Matlack under pressure. Then there's a gap of 1.3 seconds to this group. In fact, this group is everybody. That in fourth place is Rogovski, then his fellow Pole, Arabinski, Al Khalifa from Bahrain, Korn from the USA, Anachatko, Solukovtsev, Zhush, Matoda and Tompakas all together. And Alex, that is something else we want to see. We did want to see one kart not have the performance of the other. They're very evenly matched in the move.
Yeah, we did have a bit of a side-by-side coming through into what would have been at the top of the turn 5. Oh, change for the lead. That might be Viti Salmi that's got through at turn 8. McLaughlin going side by side with Matlack. This is where they're going to be using the boost button. So is the Irishman going to go high, wide and handsome around the outside of turn 9? He gives it a try, but no room at the inn.
No, not indeed. But Salmi showing that he has got a fair turn of pace in that E10 power unit. I wonder, as these youngsters learn how to use the boost button most effectively, I think it could be the winner could come down to who has the 5 seconds of boost coming out of this corner here across the line at the end of the race. We're 3 wide into turn number 1, and that is Korn, Solukovtsev and Anachatko running 6th, 7th and 8th over the roller coaster. 9th and 10th are Rabinski and Zhush, Tompakas and Matoda just a little bit further back, having their own battle over 11th position. But third, the top 3 are clear, and there's another move for the lead. Matlack running wide. Is that Matlack or was that McLaughlin? Running very wide there, getting it all locked up, and now it is a head-to-head scrap between Matlack in the white race, the predominantly white race suit, and Vita Salmi from Finland. Alex, what happened here?
Well, basically McLaughlin went for the move and then tried to hit the brakes. You can see smoke coming from the rear axle. He's completely locked up. Of course, these run on the traditional brake systems on the barrel ARTs. Ben McLaughlin was very, very lucky that neither Salmi or Matlack turned left and might have collected him in the process. So they were they saw the smoke and went, oh, right, get out of the way.
Yes, indeed. But McLaughlin, as we start lap number 5, is somehow still in 3rd place. He's come across on our timing screen. Yeah, he's still in 3rd place. He's lost 3 seconds, but there he goes. You know, it was great kart control. Here's the battle: 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. Virtually everybody else, or down to 11th position. Oh, they're 3 wide. There's karts going every which way but loose. And McLaughlin somehow holding on to 3rd from Anachatko in 4th. There's Korn in 5th, followed by Solukovtsev, Rogovski, Al Khalifa, Zhush, Rabinski and Tompakas. We are at half distance. Matlack and Salmi, well, how do I say this? You couldn't fit a battery connector between the two of them. They're that close.
Yeah, you could probably cover them by an A4 sheet of paper at the same time. But I've noticed that Sokolotsev has now jumped up into 4th place, ahead of Gage Electric Rage Core. We're going to call him in if he ever decides to do E10 again.
For this one, yes.
And a chat call rounds out the top 6. That's a great bit of work from the Thai driver, up 5 positions from the outside of the back, the inside of the back row of the grid. But Matlack and Salmi are separate. Over the last 2 laps have been covered by less than a 1/10 of a second. Again into turn number 8, and literally Matlack will use well, it's Salmi who's now leading.
Yep,
Viti Salmi from Finland now leads on the run up to turn 9 into the very tight and tightening turn 10 before they go over the crest. And again, very much like the E20s, they're trying to keep the left front wheel on that inside curb coming out through turn 11. And Salmi is starting to bridge about a kart length and a half, but now again through turn 13, now start to use the boost, now carry the throttle through. With the Minimax, because it's a chain-driven system rather than being an integrated back axle like the E20, there's a lot more momentum carry application to the E10, which really sees us getting to this point. And also, we've actually had our fastest lap of the race by Sokolotsev, a 1:07.24, quicker than he was in time qualifying.
Yeah, and of course, this is where the drivers and the mechanics are getting used to these cars for the very first time. So they are finding extra pace as the development process continues. They've got 3 laps now to unlock everything they possibly can from the driver's seat, and Matlack comes across the front of Salmi to take the lead round the outside of the turn number 9, and that was definitely boost deployment, but now he hasn't got boost. Salmi will have. Will Salmi use it coming out of this next corner? He is sat on the rear bumper of the Serbian driver's cart, out of the final corner to start lap 8 out of 10.
McLaughley's closing in. VT Salmi switches to the outside down the start. Go past Matlack, can't get it done, but McLaughley now is 2.4 seconds. He's just done a 60.972, and he's over 2/10 quicker than the 2 leaders. So I think McLaughlin, if he gets a really good run, he's got a lot of targets for, as again the Salmi up the inside, Matlack keeping it round the outside to through turn 8 as they go up the long stretch from turn 8 to turn 9. And so now Matlack's extending that lead, and that gap is now probably the best part of 2/10 of a second. That's exactly what needed to happen. One of the drivers would have broken away, and the other one would have dropped a little bit further back, but McLaughlin is closing. I feel the Jules music burning in my ears at the moment, Mr. Henry Baudet, as we come across the line to complete lap 8, 2 to go.
Serbia have never stood on the grand finals podium. With 2 to go, David Matlack has the opportunity. The last time an Irish driver stood on the podium, Martin Pierce, who is here mechanicking for Lucas Palacio this year. That was some time ago for Martin Pierce. Charlie Eastwood was also a champion for Ireland, I believe, or was he ready for Northern Ireland? I cannot remember, but I know Pierce was here. Can Ireland get their first Rotax Grand Finals podium in several years after being left in the wilderness? Murray Motorsport back in Ireland have really started to put their program together. They've got a really good looking team here in terms of the race suits. They look professional. Not all the drivers that came here qualify for their finals, but it is a step-by-step process, and this could be a huge result if McLaughlin can hold on. But Finland are not out of this one yet. The last lap begins. Viti Salmi closing in on Matlack.
10th and a half separating the 8:07 and the 8:05 coming on to the final 1.41 kilometres. Salmi goes side by side, wheel to wheel, but Matlack on to keep. That was very, very brave from the young as they now make their way out through turn 6 on the run through 7. Going to go to the outside, try and get the crisscross through into turn 8. I think he might have made come down the stretch. They are nearly side. A little bit of a slight nudge between them. Robbing is racing, as we both know, Henry, as VT Salmi going through turn 9 and turn 10 over the crest for one final time, down through 11 through the reverse corkscrew. It's going to be one more chance, possibly out through. Oh, look off from Matlack, and VT Salmi gets through turn 13. Unfortunately, Serbia denied, because out of the final corner, your inaugural E10 ecart Cup champion is VT Salmi from Finland.
David Matlack overcooked it under braking. He had to defend. Maybe the slight extra weight, the different distribution, the fact the brakes are slightly different. Let's have a look down the hill. Salmi had already gone wide. You can see the tyre smoke. The back end locks up. That is where Matlack realised, uh-oh, I've gone in too deep. Salmi comes across, gets the undercut, and at that point Matlack looking over his shoulder, he knows he has lost it. McLaughlin third. Finland have their third Grand Finals champion, joining Mikko Lane and the Finnish winner escapes me, but Mikko Lane back in 2014 was a champion for Finland. Now VT Salmi joins Mikko. David Matlack, Serbia, you have your first Grand Finals medal. It will not be the one that you wanted. I'm sure David Matlack will be devastated, but he has driven superbly. Serbia, you are the 43rd nation to stand on a Grand Finals podium. And Ireland, Murray Motorsport, Audrey Henry and the rest of the team back in the driver's tent. You have your 6th Grand Finals podium, your first in a long time. Welcome back to the podium, Ireland. Prokhor Solyukovtsev from last to 4th for Kyrgyzstan, and he just beats Leopold Jush, Gage Korn, Alex Rogovsky, Ahmed Al Khalifa, Kolampu Anachakul, Nathan Robinsky, Eleftherios Tumpakis, and Shimba Matoda. What an inaugural E10 ecart Cup final, Alex.
Indeed, and it's been a pleasure once again for the 4th Grand Finals since Sano in 2019 of being alongside you in the commentary box. Henry, I have to give a couple of shout outs to some of the people who've been messaging me, including a very, very a man who loves his electric racing, was at PFI alongside Gilberto Loaca and many others. I know you're watching Kaz Polden and Sohoya Morga, Daniel and Steffi Lampman. Thank you so much for sending messages over, but it really has been a fantastic pleasure. But there is our winner, Vitti Salmi from Finland.
Well, the pictures say it all. You just watch. We'll be back with some words very shortly. Well, the remaining runners go through the
fantastic win.
weigh scales,
very
but Jen Wade
How you feel?
will be speaking to our winner now.
Yeah.
You happy? And what about your mechanic? What did he say? Look, there he is.
Very good.
He said very good. It was very good. Very, very good. Really, in the last moments, you won the first ever E10 Karting Cup.
Yeah.
Is there anyone you'd like to say thank you to?
Yeah.
Your family, your friends? You can speak in Finnish.
Yeah. Terveisiä kaikille kavereille ja sukulaisille.
And you want to say hi?
Moikka.
Mecca, congratulations.
Yeah.
You happy?
Yeah.
We'll see you at the podium.
Joo.
Okay, thank you. Good race. Yeah, you go. You go.
Great to hear from Vitti Salmi. Our last race now before the lunch break. The first of the traditional internal combustion engine classes. It's Micromax. Joining me in the commentary box, Gustavo Suarez from Chile. My driver, Aeneas. First of all, atmosphere like here on finals day this morning? What were people doing? We apologise if there is a slight issue with some of the audio. Kart data working tirelessly to get things fixed. But Gustavo Suarez, what is the atmosphere in the tent like? Is there nerves, excitement? You've been there this morning. What is going on?
So we are very nervous on our tent because Rodrigo Eccles starts in P4.
Yes, in Masters later on.
Yeah, the Flaco Eccles for
Flaco.
junior team, and he is the presentation card for Chile.
Yes,
because he's the first Chilean that starts on P4, and now we have Anaís Orellana that it's his first grand final.
Yes,
he started on 23, I think, and it's very good for Chi.
Now, we want you to say good morning to our Spanish audience. Say hello, welcome to the Grand Finals in Spanish, your home language, to our South American audience.
Buenos días a todas las personas que hablamos español, a todos los latinoamericanos, a los españoles también. Los dejo invitados a ver la carrera de Micromax, que está a punto de empezar. Como podemos ver, ya los mecánicos con sus pilotos están yendo a la formación en la recta. Y nada, espero que disfruten la carrera aquí en la cámara de comentaristas con Henry Baudet.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Y Gustavo Suárez.
I'm happy with that. So, Micromax, 36 drivers, 29 nations represented. In this next race, we will see drivers from Chinese Taipei, from Peru, South Africa, the United Kingdom, Switzerland, Finland, Colombia, Croatia, the Netherlands, Japan, the United States, Lithuania, Ecuador, Slovakia, Portugal, the Czech Republic, Denmark, Belgium, Canada,
Chile.
Hungary, Chile, New Zealand, Kyrgyzstan, Lebanon, Argentina, Poland, Thailand, Germany, and the UAE. There was your Chilean driver, Anaís. She looks happy.
Yeah, she looks happy.
Now, this class began at the Grand Finals in 2016. Diego Larocque from the United States was the inaugural Micromax champion. Luis Iglesias for France won in 2017. Brent Cruz took America's second win in the class in 2018. New Zealand's Jay Irwin was the champion in 2019. Estonia's Nikita Lyubimov won here in Bahrain 2 years ago. Martin the Mustang Marquez was the champion last year in Portimao for Portugal. This will require a lot of thinking, will it not? You must slipstream, as we see some of the drivers waving to their families. You must be smart to win this race.
Yes, of course. You must to be smart. And try to get a good slipstream.
Yes.
Try to not defend too much on the half of the race. And okay, the luck
is
part.
And you know, there could be slipstreaming, there will be slipstreaming. You may get a breakaway up at the front. Getting messages coming in. Kim Friel, back watching in the UK, wants to wish Emerson McAndrew-Uren well. I'm sure there are many people from all around the world wishing their things. I've just got my phone here in front of me, my Facebook messenger. So apologies. I'm sure there are many of you that wish there, but I haven't got access to the live chat or the Rotax Facebook site to see your comments coming in. I do apologise, but I know that there are people all around the world. There is the Jordan Baines International run kart of Edward Haynes. That is Jordan from Mexborough in Yorkshire. I know that there's a huge group of drivers from the UK and parents watching that. This is where we now say, did you know, Gustavo, that Jordan Baines is a far superior go-kart mechanic than his dad ever was?
Yeah.
Yeah, but really true, absolutely. Now, we will take you through some of these drivers now. There are only 5 drivers who have competed in the Grand Finals before. 31 of these drivers, Gustavo, are competing in their first Grand Finals. What do you imagine they are thinking right now in their first Grand Finals? What were you thinking in your first Grand Finals?
My first grand final was on United States on 2013.
Yes.
And I was thinking like I had to improve a lot because the first hit I was like, I don't understand nothing, nothing at all.
You've never seen something that big, that this grand, or things like that.
Imagine in Chile in 2013, I won the championship with only 5 drivers.
Yes,
so
and the sport has grown so much since then.
Yeah, so was difficult the first time. So my first focus was finish the race.
Finish
entire
the race. So there was a shot of Oliver Spencer. He will start from pole position, 10 years old from Ongar, 4th in this year's British Championship. Second on the grid in kart 12 will be America's Lucas Palacio, the US Finals champion. He's 9 years old from Washington, D.C. Emerson McAndrew Uren, whose great-grandfather was a British saloon car champion. He will start 3rd in kart number 33, 10 years old from Upper Hayford. Jensen Chalk in kart 30 will start 4th. He's 11 years old from Wootton under Edge. Ecuador's Ben Rivera in kart number 14, the 10-year-old from Quito. He will be 5th on the... Oh no, hang on a second, I got the wrong sheet there. He will be... it will be Palacio McAndrew Uren on row number 1. Then Spencer Patriks Josius will start 4th from Lithuania. 10 years old from Kaunas. He is the Lithuanian, the Latvian and the Nordic champion. Then it's Julian Riviero from Quito in Ecuador and Jensen Chalk on row 3. Andreas Kjellerup in kart 19 from Denmark, 15th in this event a year ago. Edward Haynes in kart number 4 will start on the outside of row 4. He is 10 years old from Hexham. Posh Konchal will start from P9 in kart 32. Posh is from Thailand. This is his first grand finals. Bring the Noise, Keish Moyes will start 10th in kart number 10. He's 9 years old from Arnhem, the Dutch champion. Michinaga Fujiwara will start from P11 in kart 20, 9 years old from Shizuoka in Japan. Then Błażej Kostreva in kart 31, 10 years old from Radom City. He's the Polish champion. Next in line will be Daniil Nikulshin from Kyrgyzstan, currently in his first grand finals. Ramiro Correa, the son of senior driver Gustavo Correa, 11 years old from Del Viso, Argentina, the Argentine champion. Sebastian Piamonte will start 15th from Colombia in the number 7 kart from Bogota. He's 10 years old. The rest of the starting lineup: Jokubas Vasquez from Lithuania, Branislav Rentka, 8th last year, he will start 17th. Then Pierre Abudiwan from the UAE, Shouting Chang from Chinese Taipei, the island of Taiwan. Jeff Verbeek rounds out your top 20 from Belgium. Portugal's up. Croatia's Vito Koza, New Zealand's Ivor Spence and Japan's Ito Ida are next. Then in 25th place it is
Anaís Orellana Ramos
from Chile, Iari Harmonen 26th. Olivier Chassa is next. Hungary's Dominic Rosa, Germany's Max Moore, Demoissac Christoph, Manacero da Silva, Shima Bakuro and Philippe Rabas, with Edwin Mur from Lebanon rounding out the starting grid. But Jen Wade, I believe, has an interview.
Thomas Ua, welcome to Bahrain and welcome back to the Grand Finals. Of course, I've met you before, but maybe you can just give us a little insight into your role and responsibilities at BRP.
Yeah, thank you. It's super nice to be back at the Grand Final. It's a beautiful event, and this is definitely part of the nicest duties that I have in my job.
Sure.
I'm the Chief Technological Officer for BRP. In this role, I'm doing everything that is the fun part of the business, so the new products, purchasing and technology parts of our company. Rotax is part of that, so Rotax is my responsibility, and this is one of the reasons that I'm here today.
It's great to have you here, and it sounds like fun, what you're doing, and travelling around, and of all places, it's beautiful here in Bahrain.
It is. Bahrain is, from all the grand finals that I saw so far, Bahrain is quite something. I mean, it's for all the grand finals, it's the same. You look into the eyes of the young drivers and you see the excitement and the engagement for racing. This alone is a reason to go there. But here it's very special. It's a super professional racetrack. It's a super professional organization. Also, thanks to the race organization here, the UC. What is it?
Yes, the local federation.
Yeah. What is it called? The UC.
I'm not sure, but I'm sure they're all watching.
The organization UCI or what is it?
BIC.
BIC. So you cut this one. So to see the BCI, to thank the BCI here, the Bahrain Racing Circuit organization. So this is quite something.
Yeah, quite something. And of course, compared to last time, I suppose it's a few years since you joined us. What do you think?
Yeah, this was before Corona, and I'm really happy to see the e-carts being now part of the grand final. Years ago I was the one driving the first e-cart on the Salzburg Ring in Austria, and I was very proud at the time. Now we made it into the grand final, and I hope this will grow for the future.
Yeah, it's exciting to see the E10 and the E20.
And when you see the racing, it's as exciting as the other one, so it's quite something. Yeah.
Of course, that parity, the quality, the reliability is something that Rotax has really kept a focus. It's been a priority all this time, and of course it's applied also with the ecart even more so. It comes down to the driver, so this is important. But something I wanted to ask you, I know we're getting ready for the Micromax to go out for the final. E-mobility is something also, not only the E-technology but new technology. How important is that, for BRP?
I mean, we are the innovation leader in all areas where we are selling product, and therefore for us, innovation is super important because it's distinguishing us from the rest of the crowd. So when you buy a BRP product, you get the latest and greatest technology. So it's super important for us. For the electromobility, it means we need to have this offer, and we will have for all our product lines, we will have electric offerings out there. We talked already about the E10 and the E20, but this goes around the other products as well.
Of course, we've seen a lot of the products. A lot of people don't realise that the same place that we have, we're making and producing all those little go-kart engines right behind us. Is exactly the same place where all these fantastic products come out of as well. So now, as you're saying, you're introducing at least one of those new technology products in every range that you've got. So fantastic. What about for the future? Anything else that you can? I'm always looking for a scoop.
I'm being the CTO. I could keep you busy for quite some time. But at BRP, we are only sharing information about new products when we really can offer them to our customers. But I can give you a glimpse. We gave a information on our motorcycle, electric motorcycle, so the Origin and the Pulse. Beautiful motorcycle. I had the fun of trying it also on the racetrack. It's even fun on the racetrack, so this is super exciting. Electric motorcycle. The other very exciting product is a foil board, an electric foil board that will come soon. I tried it also myself. Was a little bit cold on a Canadian lake, but other than that, beautiful toy.
Here we go then. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Bring the noise, Case boys. His cart has stopped on the rolling lap. 35 remain for a 12-lap final through turn number 1. Palacio, McAndrew, Uren, Spencer, Josius. In the middle of the pack, that looked like Rafael da Silva from South Africa. The leaders come through turn number 5 cleanly down towards turn number 6. I think they may have got Moise going again towards the back of the pack. Da Silva also they haven't. Moise is out of the race. Devastation for the Dutchman. But up the hill, we have got is Oliver Spencer and Lucas Palacio running 1 and 2. Yostius is third and Everett fourth, but this is now critical, isn't it, Gustavo? The top two have to try and work together to push away.
They have to work together for sure. Maybe 6 laps or 7, and then they can start to fight.
As they cross the line, it is Spencer, Palacio, Makanju Uren, Andreas Kjellerup from Denmark runs in P4, but there's a big gap between Makanju Uren, then Kjellerup. Chalk is 5th. 6th for Josius, Haynes 7th, another spin, 3 carts going off at turn number 5. We'll get a number check on them. Sebastian de Moissac is also down at the back, the Canadian driver. But we've got a 3-cart train. Macandrew Uren is going to catch Spencer and Palacio, but smart driving from Palacio at the moment. He is not battling, he's staying in line.
He's not fighting. It's very good that.
Now,
you need to be calm.
Down the hill, the chasing pack in 4th, 5th, 6th, Kjellerup, Chalk, Josius, Haynes, then Fujiwara, Conchal, Nikushkin, Correa, Kostreva, Rivera down to 13th, followed by Diwan, Mascalis, Chang, Lopez, Koza, Ida, Redka, Piemonte, Spence, Rosa, and then Orellana in 24th place.
Yeah, what a shame. Mariana is.
Oh, she has a
crash. Yeah,
I think
then on the third.
On the third turn there, she was there, but she crossed the line down in 34th position. Well, we've got actually Macandrew Uren is dropping back into the clutches of the chasing pack. This could be quite good for Emerson. He will now have some people to push him along back up towards the front, but Spencer and Palacio still being very careful. Now, yesterday, Gustavo, we had the finish of the race in Spanish. Please give us a full lap of this Micromax final in Spanish.
No hay problema. Bueno, Palacio y Spencer están teniendo una carrera muy tranquila, se están empujando, no están perdiendo tiempo. También atrás viene McAndrew y Clark, que también se vienen empujando y no están perdiendo tiempo, así que estamos viendo una carrera bastante limpia hasta el momento. Quedan 9 vueltas, queda mucho todavía por definir. Creo que Palacio y Spencer van a empezar a pelear ya desde la última vuelta. Podemos ver ahí al grupito que está del sexto hacia abajo, que también están peleando por la tercera posición. Vienen todos tranquilos hasta el momento, nadie se está atacando, nadie está peleando, así que muy bien. Y llegamos al frenaje de la curva 8, podemos ver a creo que
Kjellerup, Haynes, Chalk, that was. Well, Haynes. For those, that was, more people understood that than they understand my dribble. Thank you, Gustavo. Now we'll continue on down the hill. That battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Macandrew and Josius is in 4th position. 5th, that looks like the black and red crash helmet of Edward Haynes up into the top 5. Then it is Kjellerup and Chalk. The top 7 drivers are closing in together. 2, 4, 6, 7. Spencer, Palacio, Macandrew Uren, Josius, Haynes, Chalk and Kjellerup. 4 drivers from the United Kingdom, 1 from the United States, 1 from Lithuania and 1 from Denmark. The last time, well, Britain had a podium in this event last year with Albert Friend. Runner-up last year with Mayos Masinas. Looking forward there, and America won 2 out of the first 3 Micromax events. Denmark have never been on a Micromax podium yet. Down the hill, it looks as though Macandrew Uren and Josius are closing in.
Yeah, they're not fighting. They are pushing. They are pushing because they have to catch the first driver.
Exactly. Palacio in P2. Further back, Andreas Orellana down in 34th position. Is 33rd for Finland. De Silva 32nd for South Africa. Moore 31st for Germany. Then Rabas 30th for the Czech Republic. Maburka and top 25. Inside the top 20. Diwan in 20th, Ida 19th, Rentka is 18th, 17th Koza, Chang 16th, Lopez 15th, Kostreva move for the lead.
move for the lead of Palacio and Spencer, right?
Palacio and Spencer. Spencer still has it though. The white and black crash helmet of Oliver Spencer still has it. But now they're really getting close. Emerson McAndrew Uren up the inside, and he gets squeezed back a little bit. I'm not sure if that worked. Who has come out in front? It's still Spencer McAndrew Uren trying to go round the outside. They drive off distance, and well, I mean, as they come 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, possibly 8 drivers are getting involved. It's Spencer Uren 1 and 2. If they for the next 5 laps, Gustavo, it's going to go big pack. Yes,
it's very impressive because I don't know who is going to win.
I don't think we're going to know who's going to win till they come out of the last corner. McAndrew Uren now trying to push Spencer away. Palacio, Josius, here comes Edward Haynes into 3rd position. The Jordan Baines International run driver moves into P3. Josius has dropped to 5th position just after the fastest lap of the race, and then Chalk within 8th position. Julian Rivera from Ecuador, he's closing in.
Esta carrera está siendo bastante emocionante porque podemos ver que Oliver Spencer y Emerson McAndrew, bueno, y todos los primeros 7 posiciones están ya peleando la primera posición. No se sabe quién va a ganar, así que muy emocionante.
There's a move. Haynes goes up the inside of Palacios for 3rd. It's a Team UK 1, 2, 3. Palacios now has to push Haynes up towards the front. Chalk is next. Josius and Emerson McAndrew Uren takes the race, and his granddad Duncan will be watching back home and cheering and shouting and probably spilling his sherry all over the place. Out to turn number 8 and up the hill. Sir is not done yet. The driver of Ongar in England is going to push his rival, and Haynes and Palacio are now closing back in. Laps to go. Alexander Christoph from Switzerland has sadly had to retire. 33 karts still run. And there's Orellana, your driver, Gustavo. She's down at the back, but she has just got to, I mean, she's got to focus and drive her own race, finish every lap.
Yeah, he have to finish the race.
Well, are we going to get all these drivers home? They're now 2 by 2 by 2.
3 British on the
3 British, and the fastest of them all is Edward Haynes, 101.042, and Haynes is going sector number 1. There's a move for the lead. McAndrew Uren is forced a little bit wide. Spencer back in front. Haynes alongside. Spencer on the inside. Haynes on the outside. He's going to get shuffled back. Palacio is back there as well. Here comes Jensen Chalk up and over. McAndrew Uren sideways over the curb. That has given Oliver Spencer a little bit of breathing space. McAndrew Uren second. Oh, and who was that? 2 drivers up. Couldn't quite see who they were. 1 driver in the barriers. Oh no, that was Emerson McAndrew Uren. Patrick Josius, the Lithuanian. Oh, and another driver in the back there, coming right at turn number 1. It's over, the dreamed over for Emerson McAndrew Uren, but he led the grand finals. Let's have a look. There is McAndrew Uren. He bounces over the curb. He's on the inside. He comes back on the track and cannons into the poor Patrick Josius just had, he was just there taking his own line. McAndrew Uren was off the track, came back on. Sadly, that is game over. Behind them, we have yellow flags waving. Michinaga Fujiwara has also had a problem and has dropped back a little bit. We're going to start lap number 11 now. It's Spencer, it's Haynes, it's Palacio, Chalk and Rivera in 5th. The top 4 are neck and neck. 2 laps to go.
2 vueltas restantes y podemos ver que ya 2 británicos están en la punta, Spencer y Haynes. Palacio viene detrás, viene rápido. bueno, el Heinz viene marcando la vuelta rápida y podemos ver a Jenson Chark y Julián Rivera, que son los primeros 5 de esta tabla de posiciones, y podemos ver cómo ya se van pasando. Esto es impresionante, no sabemos quién va a ganar. We don't know who is going to win.
No, we
this
don't.
race.
It's now down to 6 drivers. Kjellerup from Denmark, 3 drivers from the UK, 1 from the United States, 1 from Quito in Ecuador, and Kjellerup from Aalborg in Denmark. They're going to start the final lap now. Any one of 6, you just hope they all bring it home safely into the final lap. Gustavo Suarez watches. Heinz has the lead for the first time all race. Here comes Spencer on the inside. Chalk is there in 3rd. Out is Palacio coming up the inside, side by side. Palacio round the outside of Chalk for 3rd. Here, Heinz, Chalk on the inside. It's a British 1, 2, 3. They're 4 wide coming into turn number 6. This is watch for at the back as well. It's Spencer into turn number 8 from Chalk. Heinz has dropped back to 5th. Up the hill, Spencer, Chalk, Heinz, Palacio, the top 4. Kjellerup and Rivera are next through turn number 5. It's now or never. Spencer, Heinz goes round the outside. The crossover is on. Spencer Chalk, Spencer over the grass. Who's going to emerge in front? They cross the line. It's Palacio for Team USA. Their 3rd Micromax. What a final corner. Ran wide and Palacio was there. Spencer takes 2nd. Jenson Chalk is podium. He took the last ticket to this event and he ends up on the podium, and I know his mum Kathy, she can hardly bear to watch. Better watch now, Kathy, because your son's on a grand final podium. Martin Pierce. Oh, there was Spencer and Rivera coming together. Martin Pierce becomes the first driver in my memory to win a grand finals as a driver and a mechanic. Well done, Martin. Has won 3 titles in the US and now the grand final. Gustavo Suarez, did we just see?
I am impressed. Was a very good final. It's very exciting to watch with you with your voice in live. Lucas Palacio did very well. Very good race.
Justin Stefani, John and Jim Giacomelli, J3 competition. Lucas Palacio has just won another Grand Finals, their 3rd in Micromax. It is Team USA's. Let's have a little look. Of course, this is provisional. That is Team USA's 4th Grand Finals win. The Great British team take their 20th runner-up position and their 13th 3rd place. They move on to 46 Grand Finals podiums. Team USA joined Japan as 4-time Grand Finals champion. There is Mike Chalk giving his son Jenson a thumbs up. There is Andreas Kjellerup's mechanic giving his driver, the Danish driver, coming through there. Kjellerup ends up in P4. The full provisional results: Lucas Palacio, Oliver Spencer and Jenson Chalk. What a result for Oliver, who finished 4th in this year's British Championship and took the final British ticket. Then it was Kjellerup, Heinz, Rivera, and then in 6th, 7th position, Daniel Nikulskin from Kyrgyzstan. Vito Koza, 8th for Croatia. 9th was Jacobus Vasquez. Alfonso Lopez rounds out the top 10 for Portugal. Ramiro Correa, 11th for Argentina. Patrikas Josius from Lithuania is 12th. Posh Conchol, 13th for Thailand, and Boise Costrera. There is Martin Pierce in the white t-shirt. Technical Director Paul Classer has known Martin for a long time, and he can hardly believe it. Main first things to consider. So, Emerson McAndrew Uran and Rafael da Silva Michinaga Fujiwara, who had their accidents, we do hope they are all okay. For every smile, there is a tear. But there is Jensen Chalk getting congratulated. Jen Wade is with our newest Grand Finals champion, Lucas Palacio.
Congratulations, Lucas. You're the Micromax champion.
Yeah, it feels really good.
What about the racing? Everybody was really, I don't know if you could hear the crowd, but they're cheering and yelling out and everything. Those last few laps, maybe just tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, when I was in 4th, and then I got past one of the kids in the top corner around the outside, and then going up to the top hairpin, I got past another one, and going down the hill, he overshot it, and I over-undered him.
What did you think when you came here this week? Did you think, I'm going to leave here as the champion?
Yeah, I don't know if you know Brent Cruz. You remember Brent Cruz? Yes. Yeah, I just wanted to be like him, winning the Grand Finals.
We remember Brent Cruz, of course, one of the US, Team USA drivers. But today, one question, what does this mean to you to take the title?
It means so much. Like winning this race, I've been dreaming of it since I watched Brent.
And I think you've been training a lot for this, haven't you, with Martin? We know Martin, he's also a champion at the Grand Finals, your mechanic.
Yeah.
And what about all the people that support you? Would you like to say thank you to anybody?
I like to thank Martin, my dad, my family, and everybody.
What about all your fans?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like to thank them too.
Yeah. Yesterday you told me that your school friends are watching. You want to say hi to them?
Well, I don't think they're awake right now.
Oh, they're not awake.
But yeah, I like to say hi.
They can watch it later.
Yeah.
Congratulations, we're going to see you at the podium.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you. Well done, Lucas Palacio. So we now have a break for lunch. Gustavo Suarez, please, as we look at the provisional Micromax result, give us an update on what we can expect to see from your home nation of Chile, but also from several of the South American drivers this afternoon.
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. I enjoy every day that you invite me, all the days. Well, for us, the Chileans, we are very nervous for Rodrigo Eco, Flaco
Yes.
Eco,
Flaco.
But we have good expectation for the final. So it's very good for me, like South America, to see all the drivers, South American drivers, being on the top 10. Mm-hmm. So congratulations for all the South American team. Nothing. I want to say thank you to you, to Rotax. I'm going to say some Spanish words.
Of course, yes, please.
Gracias a todos los que nos están viendo desde Chile. Gracias también aquí a las personas, a todo el equipo chileno que ha estado apoyando, que hemos estado mucho más unidos. Y nada, un saludo también Junior Team, SKR, a la delegación chilena y bueno, a todas las personas que están viendo. Y creo que me enviaron que envíe un saludo a Pasión Motorsport, que es un tipo que difunde el karting en Chile. So, thank you for all. Thank you for the invitation.
No problems.
Nice to be here.
And remember, the last weekend in September at the Circuit de Paladino in Chile.
No. Cartódromo Las Perdices.
Cartódromo Perdices.
Las Perdices.
Las Perdices.
Las Perdices,
The last
Chile.
weekend in September, the 2024 Rotax International Trophy South America. Tickets available open to anybody around the world. Last year, 250, 260 drivers.
19 was in Chile also.
And so, yeah, but it's going to be a huge event at one of Chile's best kart circuits.
Well, I hope to see you there.
I hope to see you there too. I hope to see you there too. Claudia. Thank you very much, everybody. We will see you after this next short break. We still have, after lunch, we have MIDI, Junior, Senior, DD2 Masters, and DD2.
You know the song Chile, the Chilean song? The Chilean song?
Essentially, I know.
Like,
Chile.
Yeah, it's like C-H-I, Chi, L-E, Le, Chi, Le, Viva Chile.
Viva Chile, Viva our winners, viva the rest of the drivers. We will see you later this afternoon. Keep your eyes on the screen to tell you when we'll be back with the last 5 races of the 2023 Rotax Grand Finals. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Bahrain International Circuit. It's time for the Minimax final. Joining me in the commentary box, South Africa's Kyle Lawrence, TD2 Masters drivers. But Kyle, South Africa by birth, but you do have some Welsh heritage, and I'm wearing my Welsh glasses just for your mum, who is from Ebervale. And I'm sorry, Mrs. Lawrence, if I upset you yesterday. I forgot that to mention that Kyle finished 16th in the pre-final. It was a very good job. There we go.
There we go, Mom, just for you. And he made sure that we got that out there, got that there just for you back in Wales, Mom. And yeah, I got to say it's been an amazing opportunity, Henry, and I did ask for a couple of minutes just to say thank you to you and giving me this opportunity, and to Rotax BRP for this. It's been amazing, not just the racing, but also to be part of this and you know, learn from the best that we've heard in a long time.
Learn from someone. The best. Thank you very much. It's very, very kind. South Africa have had an up and down grand finals. Rafael da Silva getting caught up in an accident there, but you have a driver going in this next race.
Yeah, Spice, William Regile Malula. He pushed hard in his pre-final. He made up the spaces, the spots he needs to get himself a spot in this final.
Yes, he was one of 4 drivers who started the pre-final outside the top 36, but who raced their way in. Spice was 39th in points. He start this race 31st. Ruska Evci from Turkey moved from 7th to 32nd. Lucas Storder from 42nd to 34th. The biggest mover, however, was Thailand's Pumsit Klombunjong, 43rd. He will start this race 26th. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. Starting from pole position, from Annandale in Scotland, 11-year-old British champion Cole Denham. On the outside of row number 1, the Rotax International Trophy Minimax winner Albert Friend. Lars Lambers from Belgium in kart number 168. In this year's Rotax Grand Festival, the Belgian champion starts 3rd. The 2021 Micromax Grand Final champion Nikita Lyubimov from Estonia starts 4th. Van Meeren from Belgium in kart number 137 will start 5th. He was 46th a year ago. Then it is Jacob Ashcroft, last year's runner-up. He is the current European Minimax champion. Travis Teo from Malaysia, 10th in this race a year ago. The 13-year-old from Kuala Lumpur won this year's Asia Festival. Maxim Bobrashov in kart 170 from the United Arab Emirates. He's the UAE champion. 4th as a Micromax driver last year. Rory Armstrong starts 9th. The runner-up in this year's BNL Championship, Downpatrick. Rounding out the top 10, Derek Babicek from the Czech Republic. Kart number 154. 6th as a Micromax driver 2 years ago, 16th in this class last year. Joshua Griffin in kart number 131 starts on the inside of row number 6, 5th in this year's British Championship. Marco Fali from Hungary start from the outside of row number 6. He was 36th as a Micromax driver last year, but he's the Hungarian champion this year. Ruben Osagura Gutierrez in kart number 115 will start on the inside of row number 7, the 12-year-old Mexican champion from Guadalajara. Then it is the number 155, Maxim Becker, 16th as a Micromax driver last year. The 12-year-old from Karlsruhe is this year's German Minimax champion. Nicolas Casarino, another German in kart number 112. His best grand finals results in 2 previous starts, 42nd. He's going to get better this year. Charlie Wolfett on his grand finals debut from the UK at 16th, and Matteo Quinto in kart 120, the 12-year-old Colorado-based driver, 3rd in the Nationals, he starts 17th. Daniel Voinov in kart number 158 from Kyrgyzstan, lives however in Moscow, he starts 18th. João Pereira from Portugal and Vicente Garcia from Chile round out your top 20. The remaining runners: Alexis Bayerjon, 5th 2 years ago, Daniel Lukjanov from Hungary, Amaru Andriansen from Peru, Ili Krisan from Canada via Sibiu in Romania, then the Dutchman Sen Lindemann, the Flying Thai Pumsit Klombunjong, Mahus Masinas, last year's Micromax vice champion, and Christian Sejerson on row 14, Edward Kennedy and Adrian Stions, William Maula and Ruskar Emci, the only Turkish driver here, has made the final, Tommy Hart, Lucas Stroder, Martin Soltis, and the last driver to make it in, Romania's Ciprian Tudor Ionitsa. 14 laps, Kyle. This, if the Micromax field was anything to go by, this could be very special. Eden Els was the inaugural Minimax champion from South Africa. He was followed in 2017 by Marc Saman from France, Farin Mega from Germany, Jolien Rachmeyer from France, Arata Endo from Japan, and last year's champion Christopher Alpha Lebanon.
Yeah, all these drivers in this field hoping to emulate that performance, hoping to walk away with the trophy. We've seen how close this racing has been throughout the week. We had 20-25 drivers with a shot, and I think we're going to see that again in the final with all 36 of these drivers.
Yes, there were 46 nations represented among the 72 initial entries. Obviously not makes it through to the final. They come into turn number 13. 36 drivers out there. This will be their longest race of the 2023 Grand Finals. Cole Denham and Albert Friend bring them to the line. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a great start from Denham. Friend gets squeezed a little bit, and that is Mears and Van Meeuwen up into second and third. Friend slots into fourth. We look back through the field, the roller coaster. It's a good start. Has to defend, and Albert Friend looks like he's battling with Ashcroft for now 4th or 5th place.
Yeah, that's the issue with an outside start here, especially with a long sweeping right-hander into a left. Unfortunately, if you're on that outside road, it's difficult to get through there and get racings, but the two Dutchmen working great together. The two Belgian drivers working themselves in the second and third. They're nose to tail, they're pushing, they're not passing, so maybe looking to break with this 14-lap race.
Well, no, it's Krisan and Alexis Charlie will both shown race-winning speed this week down the back of the pack. If group gets, they will pull away a little bit for those very quick drivers starting out of position to close it in. You start bunching up and the fast drivers can pick their way through, and suddenly you've got a deal with someone to the 10. Bayerjon and Sen Lindemann around. There's the circuit that the Sen Lindemann Alexis is still running. I'm not sure much how long for, but we could be down to 34 as Denham, Lambers, and then it's 5. Lubimov is 6th, Croft 7th.
Yeah, unfortunately, we saw a car getting a bit of a wheel on wheel. A little bit of a working for the same space on the track, and you can see already in the mid pack the move. Not the faster drivers that want to come through. There's a move there down the inside. And unfortunately,
drive off here and back on the steering as we start lap number 3. That was and João Pereira getting involved. Now Bayerjon has come around. Friend is your new last year in my 2 years ago.
Yeah, he's second place, the 4th. We're at the lead again. And unfortunately, that's if you saw who that was.
Side-by-side contact. We'll see. And so we'll see. Oh, it was San and Hungary. Coming, Canadian and the Hungarian. Chris was already moving up from 25th to 15th. Cost Again, a driver, son, having to make the move to be and there.
Over eager, he knows it's only 4. But they get that far. They've only got 40 laps, 10 laps to make it happen. But we look into the lead again, and he's turning laps of 49.5 while the rest are doing 59.5 while the rest are doing 59.8.
Yes, it's Friend, Denham, Lubimov, Ashcroft. Look at this carts. The lead group is about 15-16 strong, and it's side by lead towards turn. But Friend has taken the lead. Denham, the closer, Cole Denham, to third, and I'm trying to see who is that. I mean, possibly Lubimov. It is Stomy is the key. 2.
We've been hard or close together. We've been to break away. We've been trying to expect to get it, but it's not. So went from 4th to over Denham for the lead. We keep back in there from.
Yes, his fan club will be. There's an Englishman in front of him, a Scots, and then their heels is next. Then a pair of Bell, Lambers and Van Meerven, German Casarino, Charlie Wolfitz up from 16th to 7th, Travis Teo, Asia is Josh Griffin, Derek Babacek, Daniel Voigt, Vincenzi Garcia, Amaru and Ruben Gutierrez, Massinas, John, Sejerson, Becker, Kennedy, Janov, Sir MG, Tion, and so 2 carts still running. And Joao. Here we go then. Cross the line. Start lap number 6. Denham, Ashcroft, Armstrong and Friends down to 4th, Kyle.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing to see how quickly they're moving and shaking amongst the 6, 7, 8 of them. They're 2 abreast going into turn 8 once again. It's unbelievable to see how quickly that they're able to close gaps and create gaps. Gaps that are created.
Now there's another driver off the side of the circuit there. That would possibly be Bayerjon or Soltis. Denham has got this uncanny ability to make the right decision when it matters most, although, and there is one of the Belgian drivers, I don't know if that was Van Meerven or Lambers there, just sort of getting a little bit of a kick. Somebody else running wide through turn number 12 and coming back on. You can see that could have been Chrisan again, who was in trouble. Half distance though, Kyle.
Halfway through this race, we've seen into that turn number 8 a lot of drivers are able to run around the outside. So now a little bit of a melee there into turn 1. We've lost 1, 2, maybe 3 carts there on the exit. But as I was saying, as they're going into turn 8 now, they're side by side up into the big sweep of turn 6. And are we going to see another move down into this turn 8? We know the drivers go defensive early, but we also know that drivers can run around the outside. It looks like Friend is trying that move around the outside, whether or not he's gotten stuck and managed to get himself into the front.
Now it was Lars Lambers and Maxim Bobrashov who came together. Chrisan and Klombunjong also getting involved in that turn 1 incident. There were yellow flags waving, but even though we've lost a couple, look at this lead group coming down. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. At least 15 drivers all battling for the race lead. Ashcroft from Western Supermare was leading. Cole Denham is now back in front, and yellow flags waving at turn number 1. No overtaking there, and we've still got drivers on the outside of the circuit. That was Lambers, Bobrashov, Chrisan and Klombunjong. So sadly, the great effort from Thailand's Bumsit Klombunjong comes to nothing.
Ashcroft out in the front. We know Cole Denham is the closer. He goes defensive early. He's right up against that yellow line. Friend wise enough though not to do the round the outside move. He's got the cut back down as they go up into turn 6. He's on the outside of Cole Denham now into the right hand. Up the hill they go, but he just doesn't seem to have the legs at the end of it. This is the first time these drivers are doing the length of this race in this heat as well. So did the mechanics and engineers get the setup calls right to make these carts run the distance?
Now, it has to be said that in the UK and in the European Championship, Denham, Friend and Ashcroft have raced like this all year. They came first, second and third in the European Championship. First, second and third, I think, in the BNL. First, second and third in the British Championship. They know each other very well. They trust each other as drivers, which is also key. Armstrong is now fourth, the Northern Irishman. And look at it, Denham, though, has to defend. This pack is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, because Cole Denham knows if he moves offline, he's going to get freight trained like it was a NASCAR race at Talladega or Daytona. And there's another move.
Yeah, you can see them double friend again, trying that outside move around turn 8. He's tried it repeatedly and he's not seemed to be getting it right. So maybe a better idea is just leave that move alone and wait for another few corners. Another thing you're seeing is the massive Constantine effect that is being caused by Denham, because he's just slowing it down enough, and it's just causing the entire pack to bunch up, and he can get the shot off the corner so he's not under attack into the next one.
Yeah, George Russell used to do that all the time in karting. Just back everybody coming into a corner, wait for the little nudge from behind, and then get on the gas whilst everyone else was tripping over each other. As they start lap number 10, let's have a look at this replay. There is Denham. Over the curbs goes the number 1-2 car of Jacob Ashcroft, just riding that inside curb. Really good kart control.
Absolutely amazing to see how much car control these 12-year-olds can have. It's probably more than most people have once they've gotten their licenses out on the road. But there it is again, Cole Denham down to the inside. He slows it down on the brakes. You can see them bumper to bumper. You can see the head move as they all kind of concertina into each other. But that's allowed the Ashcroft around the outside of the 6, but he's going to be a sitting duck there. There goes the train, the NASCAR train you were talking about, and he falls right behind, I think it was even Vermeulen or even Nita Lubomov.
Yes, it was. It's Lubomov in 5th position. Now that 4th place, the top 21 drivers. Tommy Hart started lap number 10, separated by 3 seconds. Top of the drivers running wide there. It's Denham, and then as we start lap number 11 rather, Denham, Ashcroft, Armstrong, Lubimov, Friend, Van Meerven, Casarino, Wolfit, Farley, Teo, Babicek, Voinov, Quinto, by Garcia, Massinas, Adriansen, Griffin, Gutierrez, Becker, Storden and Hart. Then Mayula in 22nd, Evchi, Luganov, Ionita, Sejerson, Kennedy, Tions and Soltis. The last kart still running.
Yeah, what you can see now is this, what was a calm little centipede for a few corners. It was a bit of a defense, a couple of moves here and there, is now getting a little bit more manic. You can see more dives being done, more moves being made. And what these drivers have, these front drivers have, is that they're used to racing these classes. They're used to racing this many drivers. Those coming from small nations, unfortunately, don't have this experience. So, but this is where they're gaining it. They're gaining it at the Rotax World Finals.
Yes, it's not many domestic championships that'll have a 21 kart grid, let alone a 21 kart battle for a final at a global level. Now we see a breakaway between Denham, Ashcroft and Friend. These 3 drivers have been the class of the Minimax field globally this year. They're showing why now. They're trying to push away Lubimov and Armstrong are next, up and over the curb. I think that was Charlie Wolfit with the damaged nose cone there, but the pack now tripping over itself, and here we go. We've actually got a breakaway. Denham has the advantage. Friend and Ashcroft nose to tail. Suddenly the closer, Cole Denham, is miles clear.
You can see Ashcroft there getting frustrated. He's showing the drivers behind him. Let's just get nose to tail and get back onto the back of Cole Denham. We know he's good at bunching up the pack. We know he's good at getting himself a breakaway, and that's exactly what we did. We said we saw him causing the concertina, and that was to force the guys behind him to fight for second place, and that's just allowed him that little bit of gap. But is it big enough with 2 laps left to go?
Well, Scotland, the flower of Scotland, the moment is blooming. 2 to go. Denham leads Friend by 9/10 of a second. Albie Friend and Jacob Ashcroft have to work together. Armstrong is 4th. It's a British 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. Casarino and Lubimov are the only other 2 in this lead group. Everybody else battles over 7th, with Travis Teo now leading this group. But the gap is coming down, Kyle. The gap is coming down. They're going to start the last lap. Oh, and a spin.
And unlucky there, just a little bit too much brake going on the exit, or a little bit too much gas on the exit, just turned that car around. But you are right, we saw Denham get away, but Friend and Ashcroft have now settled down and are trying to chase that gap down, and they're closing it down. By the end of this lap, it'll be a 3-kart race for the win.
It absolutely will be. fourth, I think, is Lubimov in fourth. It was Armstrong and Casarino who had that little coming together. They are now further back. The final lap begins. Denham defends and look to the inside. Albert Friend tries to make the move. Denham cover. Here comes Ashcroft, a runner up a year ago, trying to make it one more step on the podium. Lubimov is there as well in fourth.
Albert Friend there and Denham unfortunately just running into the back of each other. Denham will slow it down, but does Friend have a nose cone? It's going to be important to note if Friend has a nose cone, because it looked like they hit each other quite hard. Friend though does go to the lead. Denham, unfortunately, the defensive tactics he's been using for 10 laps hasn't worked on this last lap. He's dropped himself down a second. We've got 3-4 corners left to go with 4 drivers involved. Lubinov actually has a chance here to win as well from 4th place.
It's 3 Rubin, Ashcroft to the inside, 3 abreast, over the curb, Nikita Lubimov, I think has got it, no it's Denham, Lubimov, here comes Ashcroft to the inside, 2 corners to go, the closer, closes it out, one more time, Scotland's Cole Denham is grand final champion, and Rory Armstrong from Northern Ireland grabs the 2nd place. Estonia are 3rd with Nikita Lubimov. Jacob Ashcroft and Albert Friend rest their way out of a chance on the last lap. They finish 4th and 5th. They call him the closer because when push comes to shove on the final lap, he makes the right decisions. There is the emotion.
You can absolutely see the relief from Cole Denham. He had the lead out mostly out of all these drivers. He held on to it for the longest, and he did look like he wasn't going to keep it on. He wasn't going to hang on to it. Nikita Lubinov looked like he was going to come out victorious there, but Denham, just a bit of a smarter head, put his cart in the right place at the right time, and he's going to walk away Rotax Grand Final champion.
Yes, indeed. Let's have a little look at the remaining runners. We've been through the top 5. Denek Babicek, 6th for the 2nd time in 3 years. He's come to Bahrain twice, has Denek, and he has finished 6th on both occasions, once in micro, now in mini. Daniel Voinov is 7th for Kyrgyzstan. Charlie Wolf in 8th. Travis Teo, 10th last year, 9th this year. Marco Folli from Hungary is next. Tenzi Garcia, Chile, is 11th. Marcus Masinas, last year's micro runner-up, is 12th. Then Van Meijeren, and talk a little bit about William Spice Mailula from 31st to 14th.
17 places gained in one final. I know we talk about the champion, I know we talk about the victorious driver, but every single one of these drivers throughout this weekend are champions in their own right, and they have shown it this weekend. We saw how close the racing was. We saw the length of that centipede. Absolutely brilliant from every single one of the drivers in this mini match class. You're all champions in my book.
Behind Regali, Adriazen, Kennedy, Sword, Hart, Tommy Hart from 35th to 18th for New Zealand. There are parents. There you see Rory Armstrong's dad in the foreground, fist pump. There's Cole Denham and his dad, and Ashcroft and friends. Oh, they will just sort of have to look and just think, oh, what could have been. But you know what? That was a fantastic, fantastic race. Maxim Becker, 19th. Ruskar Evci, the only driver here from Turkey, finishes in the top 20. Gutierrez and Romania are 22nd with Ciprian Ionita. Look at that now. What is going on there? Cole Denham, they're checking the NAS panels, and a hug from one of the other younger member of TV. That's Oliver Spencer in the red and white cap. There's the congratulations. Rory Armstrong's dad congratulates Cole Denham. Lee Taylor there in the foreground. He was a world champion mechanic last year with Callum Bradshaw. 5th this year from Albert Friend. Albert Friend has come to the grand finals 3 times and has finished in the top 10 3 times.
Yeah, with an event like this, a little bit of luck does go a long way. So to get into the top, the top 10 every single time you come here is an achievement in itself. But you can just see this is a full season's worth of work. It's not just this week here. They've got to work throughout the season to get here. So you can just see that release of emotion, that release of joy. Yes, maybe not a win, a top three, but it's still such a great victory to be here and get into the top three.
Now, of course, you have the emotions. You see the organiser there just saying, calm down. Albert Friend, disappointed. It's going to be like that. There's always going to be a change of emotions between the highs and the lows. Here is your provisional result while you look to see where your favourite finished. Kyle, you have your Masters race later on today. What are we hoping for, and the best of luck?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult from a 23 spot start, but in all honesty, it's been this experience has been amazing. Like I said, thank you again for the opportunity you've given me, and I've met a lot of great people and met a lot of good friends here. So to me, that's a win in itself. So wherever I finish from 23rd, it's just going to be gravy on top.
Well, you went from 31st to 16th yesterday. Spice has just gone from 31st to 14th, and you start 26th, so anything is possible.
100%, and I might be the older one, but at least if the student does get more places up than I am, I'm still glad of that. But again, I just want to go out and enjoy it and spend some time with the friends that I've made this weekend, and hopefully a top 10 is the target.
Well, and to keep your mum happy, Kyle, diolch yn fawr. Thank you. That's thank you in Welsh.
Congratulations, you're our Minimax champion. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's amazing. I've been always wanting to win the World Championship since I was 6 years old, and it's a dream come true.
It is a dream come true, and it was really a great battle out there with the other drivers. Tell us a little bit about the race.
Yeah, I got a good start, led most of the race, and ended up like this. Yeah.
I hope that they're tears of joy. You happy?
Yeah, very.
I think your mum was hugging everybody in the grandstand. Did you hear her screaming out?
No, I didn't.
I know there's a lot of people you probably need to thank, but at the moment, is there anyone special you just want to say a big thank you to for helping you to win this championship?
Yeah, I'd love to thank Dan Holland Racing, Time Racing Engines, Russ, Sean, Darryl, everyone, Catty, Matt helping me over the weekend, my mum and dad for bringing me here, and it wouldn't be possible if it was for any of them.
It's for all of them, and I know they're really excited. You're going to have a big party when you get home?
Yeah, probably.
I think so. Anyone you'd like to say a quick hi to at home?
Hello everybody.
Okay, well done, Cole. Well done. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Wow. What a way to open this afternoon's racing. With that win, everything, of course, is provisional. Great Britain have now tied South Africa with 14 wins apiece in Grand Finals history. They move on to nearly 50 podiums in the 24-year history of the event. Estonia have their 10th podium finish. Nikita Lyubimov, 2 podiums in his career. But we now turn our attention to Peter Costello, the British senior Rotax driver, joins me in the commentary box once again. And this, Mr. Paul on live stream. Hello, Giovanni Santoro in the white USA t-shirt. And he's got one of the Giacomellis with him. But Nicole, the mood at the Junior 10, what have we learned since yesterday?
I think the mood in the tent has definitely changed. All of these drivers are more than aware this is their last day of this event, and I think everybody in the drivers' tent is making the most of it. Really great atmosphere, all the drivers swapping T-shirts with other nationalities. It's really good to see.
Yes, that's another tradition, the grand finals, where you turn out and you've got a Japanese driver in an Irish T-shirt, you've got a Hungarian driver in a Chilean T-shirt, you've got a British driver in a Kyrgyzstani T-shirt. There's people signing each other. There's no NASA panels and things like that. It's all these little bits of the grand finals that you just don't see. But we've got 36 drivers. A quick rundown. Junior Rotax made its grand finals debut in 2003. Martin Omer for Estonia was the first champion. Ben Salvatore has won for France. Kenneth Hildebrand became the second Estonian to win. In fact, Estonia are the most successful junior Rotax nation with 4 wins overall. Jorrit Pets won for Belgium back in 2006. Then Estonia again, Kevin Korus. Facundo Chapur from Argentina. Ukyo Sasahara is the only driver to be a repeat junior champion, 2009 and 2011. Martin Rump was a winner for Estonia in 2010. Harry Webb was the first British winner in 2012, followed by Juan Correa in his home country of the USA in New Orleans. Yuri Vips, the most recent Estonian champion in Valencia 2014 in the rain. Then Florian Venturi, Mark Kimber in 2016, Tijman van der Helm, Robert de Haan, Dutch drivers winning it in 2017 and 2018. Clay Osborne for Australia in 2019. Thomas Solsamanis for Latvia here 2 years ago. Scott Marsh for the UK was the winner last year. Looking down there, lots of familiar faces to you, Nicole. Mechanics and drivers alike. You can see Thomas Behrman in the foreground, a driver making his his grand finals debut. When you come here for the first time, obviously the first goal is to make the main event.
Yeah, most definitely. I think your main goal, like you said, is to get into the A final. That's your priority for the very get-go of this week. Then your second thought is that win. All of these drivers want to be on this top spot, and I think all of them have got a chance.
They do. 3 drivers started the pre-finals outside the top 36 in points and raced their way in to this event. Casper Nissen will start 28th. He was 37th in points before the pre-final. Hamza Al-Fayez gained more ground than anybody else in any class. He went from 48th in points. He will start 29th. The only driver here from Jordan was Uros Bogdanic from Serbia. He moved from 45th to take the 36th and final grid spot. But I know that you've been doing a lot of research. A lot of us, people are coming up to you in the tent area. What else is going on?
I was speaking to Jag Rotax's Gary yesterday.
Yes, hi Gary. Hi Tina.
We were discussing how unique this event is compared to some other world championships around the world. All of these drivers are provided with their karts and engines, so it makes the playing field way more level. He was also telling me Rotax have introduced a new barrel for next year, which all of these drivers are racing this week. The barrel's been introduced to achieve more parity throughout the classes, and I think looking at this event, seeing how close this racing really is demonstrating that really nicely for Rotax.
Now, is that a barrel for every class or just a junior class?
There's junior and senior.
There's a junior and senior barrel. And of course, the lap times have been, insanely close. We do have to say Clovis Lugarade from France, Lucas Piver from Brazil. We hope they're okay. I know Clovis has broken his wrist. Comes all the way to Bahrain, does 2 laps. Someone drives over him, breaks his wrist. We had to say goodbye to our drivers from the Philippines, from Malaysia, China. I don't think any of the South Africans made it via Boshoff, didn't qualify. Scott Riley from Ireland didn't make it through. Ishan Madesh, the Indian driver, missed out on a tiebreaker. To Euros Bogdanic. That's just, the way that karting goes sometimes. Kent Swart, Bet King also failed to make the field. But Bahrain have a chance here, do they not?
Yeah, Bahrainian driver Luca Horton. He qualified overall 27th on Wednesday.
Yep.
Now finds himself third.
Now, Bahrain have had a podium before many years ago. The name of the driver escapes me. It was long before my time. It was during the time that the voice of karting, Ken Walker, was in this chair. And I just want to say a big hello to Ken and Jill Walker back home in the UK. Hope you're both well. And yes, we miss you at every single Grand Finals. Hopefully you'll be back next year. We will be revealing the venue for the Grand Finals next year today, later on, as part of the broadcast at the presentations. But big hello to Ken and Jill. And I said every commentator has to have a mentor, and Ken was extremely generous and mentored me. I am forever, ever indebted to the original voice of karting. Now, the drivers are going to head out onto the circuit. This is going to be their longest race, and it's in very hot conditions. What do the mechanics need to do when you have a long race in hot conditions? How do you adjust the setup to cope?
The temperature and the wind has changed significantly from yesterday when these drivers raced. The teams and the mechanics will know that, and they would have adjusted everything on the kart, pressures, front setup accordingly, so the drivers are going out with a really good kart underneath them.
So, but there will be some drivers that maybe the tyre pressures are designed to come on later in the race. So you'll see drivers maybe defending a little bit early in the race. You think, okay, their tyres are coming up, but they've got to then try and hold on to as many positions as possible because they know they're going to get better and better.
You might even see some drivers dropping back slightly in the earlier stages of the race,
yep,
and then halfway through lighting up massively, and we might see some new names creeping up the order.
But of course, with the field so competitive and so large, you can't lose too many positions, because then when your kart is on song, you can't necessarily pass 20 drivers in the last 8 or 9 laps, unless, of course, we see what has happened in the Minimax race, where a 21 kart lead pack.
Yeah, I think the teams and mechanics as well, they're experienced, they know what they're doing, and they're going to put everything into these karts. They know the pressure, they know when it's going to come on and when it's going to drop off.
Mm-hmm. There goes Christopher Alfagali in the bucket hat there. He is the reigning Mini-Max champion for Lebanon. We've seen his brother Roger sadly fail to qualify for his race, but we've got a couple of British drivers. We'll talk about them very quickly.
And Kenzo Craigie, they will be starting the race in 4th and 5th. Joshua Graham and Kenzo both race for Argenti Motorsport back in the UK. Kenzo, a young Mercedes F1 junior driver. And then we have...
a bit further back, Archie Clark starting 13th. His granddad, Roger Clark, was a rally driver, did you know?
I did know that, very successful one as well.
Yes, they even named a rally after him, Roger Clark. I still remember, was it a Ford Mark 1 Ford Escort, back end hanging out all over the place. Jolly good.
We've then got Thomas Bierman starting with Archie Clark as well. KR Sport driver, his brother's come over to support him this weekend, I've seen.
Oliver Bierman, current Formula 1 test driver, never qualified for a Rotax Grand Finals though, so Thomas has got one up on his older bro. Again, a very strong British presence, but there are plenty of other contenders, including the pole man, Frenchman Louis Coman.
Yeah. Louis Corman pulled it in quali and has carried that momentum over throughout this weekend and finds himself in pole starting this race.
But before we get started with the race, let's go down to Jen Wade with an interview.
Here with Mr. Boschele. Welcome once again to the Rotax Grand Finals.
It's a pleasure to be here.
It's great to have you here, and of course getting ready for the next final. It's been exciting, and of course you have time for this. This is part of your job, but also running a big company. I mean, it's adrenaline packed, it's energy, go all the time. But here with the karting, what do you think?
I mean, we are in the power sport business, obviously, with all our product line. We're following different series, snowmobile, it's side by side, and the karting, obviously. And for me, it's where we develop the next generation of motorsport
That's
fans.
right.
And we trying to do our best to create those events, and I'm always very impressed by the Rotax Max.
It is impressive. I think we always talk about, it's a huge family, huge community, but it's part of this huge company as well. Such a small part, we know that. But when you come down to this, it's a celebration of the champions.
It's a small part, but at the same time, during a season, there is about 7,000 racers trying to qualify for this event. There is about 25,000 people around the world following it.
Yes.
For us, it's part again to develop the next generation of motorsport enthusiasts.
Yes, that's right. And thinking about this, I mean, in the paddock alone, we've got a couple of thousand people.
Yeah.
All those communities from 61 countries are coming here for this one event. And as you say, thousands of people watching.
Yep.
So I guess there's probably some kind of message you'd like to share, apart from the fact that we are developing.
But first, BRP, obviously the product is always at the center of what we do.
Yeah.
But more and more we're trying to promote the experience, what the people can do with the product. And this is, again, an incredible ways of demonstrating what we can do.
I know we spoke earlier with Thomas Ua, and he talked about all the different products, new technology, e-mobility, and so on. But in the end, it is about that experience, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Having fun.
Absolutely.
Making your heart beat faster and all those things.
Absolutely. And it's, again, we're selling the experience around the world, and the product is always at the center of what we do.
Yeah.
But it's what we try to promote, because at the end, and I made my best friend in life riding our product.
Really?
Then that's, tell you,
special.
the spirit.
Yes, and I think you and probably many of the drivers here have met their best friends on a kart track.
For sure.
Or somewhere playing with these little go-karts.
Yep.
As well.
Absolutely.
And considering also the company, you said it is a big company. I know there have been some special moments, special times and highlights that you are also celebrating.
Yeah, I mean, we have been a spin-off of Bombardier in 2003. Then we will celebrate on December 18 our 20th anniversary as a standalone company.
20 years.
Then the sale have grown from 2 billion to 10 billion plus now. Then very, very happy how the company have developed over the years.
You can be happy. This is a milestone, of
Absolutely,
course.
absolutely.
Yeah. And of course, before we finish, I know they're getting ready. The mechanics are just about to leave the grid. I can feel the nerves. Can you feel it? The competition?
Sure.
Love this competition. What about a special message from the boss?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's my third time at the Rotax Max Grand Final. I would like to thank all our sponsors, our partners that are following us in those events. Also, the Bahrain International Circuit, who have doing an incredible collaboration. And obviously all the Rotax team. Every time I come here, I'm impressed how professional, how Swiss luck is organization. And I'm very impressed with the whole organization, and I would like to thank everyone at Rotax who are involved in the Max Challenge final. You're doing a great job. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sit back and enjoy the racing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done.
Easy.
with a other substandard luminous blue-coloured energy drink product, which went down the wrong pipe and caused a bit of a cough. So I do apologise, ladies and gentlemen. I think what needs to happen is Bahrain needs to stock Iron Brew, and then everything will be well with the world. And I will not cough live on air and interrupt Jen Wade with her interviews. Simple solution to life's problems. Stock Iron Brew.
Easy solution.
Absolutely. Right. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Pole position from France, number 264, Louis Coman. He is 14 years old from Paris, 4th in this year's NSK Championship. On the outside of row number 1, number 221, Timo Jungling, 3rd in this Euro Series, now based in London. Bahrain's Luca Houghton in kart 206, his best Grand Finals result to date, a 23rd as a mini-match driver 2 years ago. Joshua Graham starts 4th at Team UK. It is a 14-year-old from Rochester. Kenzo Craig was a Micromax driver in the Grand Finals. He's the Yu Lu in 4, born in China, lives in Shanghai, has a Japanese license. Thomas Bardier in kart number 235 starts next on the grid. He is 13 years old, Saint Etienne. Then Switzerland's Tino Stiller in kart 214, 33rd in this race 1 year ago. Tom Dussault, our camera kart, in kart number 250 from France. He is this year's Rotax International Trophy champion. Midvan favourite. 11th from Belgium in kart 237. Louette, 2nd in the DEC is BL champion. Mini-Max champion Chris Algali Fleven. Debutants Archie Clark and Thomas Behrman from the UK start on row number 7. The rest of the field: Olivier Yonkers, Matt Walton, Lucas de Longchamp, Kiko Fracassi, Lucas Skelles, Hannes Uberfeld, Francisco Paredes, Mix Eggleston, Tom Strella, Lorenzo Giovanni Giacchino, Derek King, Thiago Falavegne, Leitinen, Nissen, Alfayez, Mejia, Assam, Lipovic, Pigayev, Kellerup, Sundberg and Bogdanic. This will be the longest race that these drivers have done. It's an 18-lap race for the juniors in the Bahrain sunshine. France and the UK on row 1, Bahrain and the UK on row 2, Japan, Switzerland, the Netherlands and Belgium all in the top 12. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a great start from the inside row. Coleman, Houghton and Craigie are through. All one in the middle of the pack there. Karts running wide at the exit of turn number 1. We'll see who they are when the timing and scoring updates itself. But the inside row, Nicole, got a really good run with Houghton right on Coleman's rear bumper.
Fantastic start by the front row. Really clean, really organised, but it does look like the mid-pack is getting a bit messy there. As you can see, a few karts going off the circuit.
And Graham was one of them, so was Mika van der Pavert out of the race. Graham comes through. Also, Udaloo slowed down quite a lot as well, so it was that outside row that had a problem. So we have got Coleman leading, and I think that is Luca Houghton in second as they cross the start-finish line to complete lap number 1. It's Coleman, Houghton, Youngling, Pradier, Dussault, Louette. What has happened to Kenzo Craigie? He's dropped down to 18th position, and sadly Van der Pavert is out. Graham, Clark right down the back as well. Uberfeld and Alpha Gali have also lost ground, as has Oliver Behrman.
Strong start by the French team there. 3 drivers all in the top 5.
Louette and Oliver Yonkers as well there for Belgium. Max Watson from 16th to 8th. De Longchamp from Canada up into 9th. The men is from Venice. Kiko Fracassi, the Italian driver, and we got more action.
Timo Youngling going to move there for second on Luca Houghton. Louis Conwyn still leads the race.
Coleman has had that advantage. All he has to do, but he is defending. He defends coming into turn. On lap number 3, we have Coleman, Youngling, Houghton. As quickly as we can, down towards turn number 8. Here we go. It is a 10-kart battle going up the hill towards turn number 9. France, Bahrain and the UK. 3 French drivers all in a line. Down towards turn number 12. Apologies if we're having some audio difficulty with Nicole's microphone, but watching keenly alongside, looking at Louis Coman and Timo Jungling now starting to break away. 4 laps into the books. 4 laps into the books, here we go. Through the roller coaster section, Coman leads, but Nicole Sutherland there, side-by-side action back in the pack. You can see the Australian team race suit also involved. Max Walton getting closer and closer to the front.
We've got Timo Jungling there in second as well. Definitely looks like he's trying to have a go at the French driver, Louis Coman.
Yes, and Jungling now starting to work his way around, a former Honda driver in the UK. There is the red and white race suit of Bahrain's Luca Houghton. He's now got to get his head down to close in. Pradier, Walton, Louette, Yonkers, De Longchamp, Skellers. Derek King is up into 11th position, followed by Strella Al-Fayez, Hamza Al-Fayez from Jordan. He's got to be the happiest driver here. We're on board with Dussault. Take us through the roller coaster, Nicole.
We've got the 3-car lead. Looks as if Louis Coman and Timo Jungling have broken away slightly from Luca Houghton in third. Tom Dussault, Max Walton. Max Walton, the Australian driver, has gone up by 11 positions in this first 5 laps of this race.
Now, unfortunately, we've had some incidents there. We've lost. We've got 35 drivers still running. Hamza Al-Fayez now involved in an incident, but down the order, Hugh Delou is down to 23rd, and there's a change.
We've got a change for the lead yet there. Timo Jungling taking it from the Frenchman. Still Luke Hortenstadt in third. Definitely be looking to capitalise on these front two fighting each other.
Yeah, if Jungling and Coman are battling at this stage of the race, lap 5 out of 18, they've set their stall out early. Houghton got his head down to try and close in. Then in 4th place, Max Walton. Dussault, our camera cart, is 5th. Pradier 6th, De Longchamp 7th for Canada, Louette 8th for Belgium, Skellers 9th, Kenzo Craigie is back into the top 10, then it's King, Strella, Leitenham, Fracassi, Mejia, Yonkers, Sidler, Behrman, Sundberg and Paredes, the top 20. Behind Paredes is Hugh Delou, El Fagali, Uberfelt, Eggleston, Bogdanic, Graham, Giacinto, Nissen, Clark, Al-Fayez, Lipovic, Assam, Gayev, Kellerup, and sadly I think we have just lost Thiago Falavenye. But now the defence begins. Oh, there's a move up the inside, and it looks like Walton could come out in P2. Who is that taking the lead? It's Luca Horton. 3 wide onto the start-finish straight. Make that 4 wide. And we're not even at half distance yet, Nicole. If anybody can break away now, that could be the race in the bag.
Bahrain's Horton is really strong out there. I bet he's looking to take it home in this race.
Now, of course, he's got his head down. It looks like it is now Jungling and Walton, 2nd and 3rd. So Coman was defending a little bit too much. The whole front pack sort of joined together. So Houghton has the race lead up the hill, being chased by Jungling and Walton. It's Bahrain leading Great Britain, leading Australia. France run 4th and 5th. Canada 6th. Belgium 7th. France in 8th. There's another move. The French driver going in there. I think that was Dussault on De Longchamp. 8 laps in the books now. We start lap number 8. Houghton leads by 0.2 of a second. I think that Jungling and Walton spotted the danger and got their heads down.
Australia's Max Walton's gone up 13 places in this race so far, and he's right on the back of Timo Jungling.
They're working together, and that gap that Houghton had has now gone. 3 carts. Does Houghton defend? You're halfway through a final where Houghton doesn't have a chance to defend. New leader, Timo Jungling. Walton goes through into second. The Australian posse in the grandstand, I'm sure being led by the circus master Scott Howard, will be going absolutely radio rental for Max Walton, whose dad Chris, what used to race in the grand finals, is now obviously retired and is supporting his son. But as Houghton seems to have dropped back a little bit straight away, maybe pressures. He's had a very good start to the race. We're at half distance now, and we've got 2, 4, 6, about 8 drivers in the lead group. And do you know who's coming back at them? It's Kenzo Craigie, 2, 4, 6, 8. Craigie is the last driver in this lead group. He's behind the Canadian Lucas de Longchamp, Dussault and Coman, just in front of him, and Bolowet, who you've been quite impressed with how he's gone about this week, is still there in 5th place.
Bolowet, really impressive the way he's conducted himself this week.
Yes, we go through turn number 10, 11, down the hill towards turn 12, and now Youngling starts to defend. Here comes Houghton back to the inside.
Move from Houghton back into 2nd there.
Yeah, he capitalised. I think Youngling defended a little bit. Walton tried to get the crossover, and there's a move for the lead. It's still is that Coman now coming back, and then the French driver Houghton went for a move. I think Houghton has it. No, it's still Youngling leading, and the lead group all concertinaing together again.
That's brought Kenzo Craigie right back into the fight as well.
Kenzo Craigie, absolutely. Kenzo Craigie is back in this lead group, and the English driver, let's have a look, part of the Mercedes Young Driver Program, and we're finding out why just now, because he has battled back. He looked like he was out of contention. Oh, we're side by side, and that's Youngling being forced wide with 3 wide. It looks like one of the French drivers, that's Coman, now back into the lead. This looks like the Minimax race all over again.
Coman back into the lead there from Timo Youngling.
Oh! Let's have a look, that's gone out. That's 3 or 4 in the lead group that's gone out. And we've got carts going off. Let's see who that was. The lead group has been splintered. That looks like Kiko Prakasi in the mix. Walton has dropped back. Now on to lap number 11. Where are we? Up the hill. Coleman and Youngling. It was Tom Dussault, Tom Dussault, Kenzo Craigie and Lucas de Longchamp that came together. There's going to be a whole group of drivers now in this mix. We'll reset things at the end of lap number 11. Start lap 12. It is Luis Coman, Timo Youngling, Bolowet, Santeri Leitonen, 7th to 4th. Then it's Luca Houghton, King, Tom Strella, Kiko Prakasi, Josh Graham spun on the opening lap. He's 9th, Nicole.
Fantastic race for him there. That's really impressive. I bet he was gutted at the start, but
he's got that red mist comes down. You know this. Sometimes as a driver, something happens, and then you just find that inner anger, and it just drives you forward.
Yeah, definitely. You get a bit of fire in your blood, and you just start going.
You do indeed. It is Kiko Prakasi, Josh Graham, Max Walton up next. Then it is Yuda Behrman up into 12th. Yuda Lu, Noel Sundberg. Behind Noel Sundberg, Hannes Uberfeld, Ty Machia, Uros Bogdanic from 36th to 17th. Then it's Skeles, Clark, Pagaya, Paredes. We're on board with Tom Dussault now, right in the thick of the action. Dussault is... just looking down the order where Dussault is, he's down in 31st position, and he's got a whole group of karts in front of him. Fagali and Kellerup have had to retire, and looking down the order, Craigie back down to 27th. Out of the race, Nix Eggleston is down in 21st, Archie Clarkson in 20th, but Coman leading Youngling and Lowett. So we got a 5 laps to go, Nicole, and 3 drivers separated by less than a second. But watch for Santeri Leitonen. Can he close the gap in 4th place?
Santeri's definitely going to want these front 2 to start battling and bring Bolowet into that as well. If he can get them to trip over each other, it looks like the 23 position gained might be 25.
Exactly, it could be 25, 26, because tripping over each other is what this group have been doing all race. Here comes Luca Houghton. Luca Houghton has been up and down like an elevator through this race, and now he's back into 4th position. He's got to now get his head down. Maybe Leitonen and Derek King.
Got Timo Youngling, looks like he's closing back in on Frenchman Louis Cormin really quickly as well.
Yeah, he's on a very, very good lap. Look at that, personal best middle sector for Timo Youngling. Max Walton has put in the purple sector through sector number 1. He's into 9th position. Josh Graham is up to 8th. Yeah, Graham started 4th, dropped to 30th, now back to 8th. It's been one of those races, Nicole.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at these front two as well, I think Louis Corman is definitely going to be looking to defend pretty soon from Timo Youngling.
Yeah, Youngling's is caught him. Corman's going to have to defend. This is going to be good news for Louet. It's going to be great news for Houghton. Behind Houghton, you have got Derek King, Leitonen, and Tom Strella next in line. Walton, Graham, Fracassi, Behrman, Deleu, Pradier, Sundberg, Machia, Uberfeld, Bogdanic, Nissen, Clark, and Pagayev. It's been an absolutely crazy junior Rotax race, and it's not over yet, not by a long shot. Down the hill we go. Youngling, there's Walton defending. Actually, Louis Coman has come back quite well and is fending off, but Youngling is going to get a really good slipstream here.
Yeah, Timo's got to be careful here. Not overdrive it and lose that gap. He needs to stay nice and calm.
There he goes. You can see that there, back end stepping out a little bit. There's the 3rd place driver going through your screen, Louet. And Louet, 9/10 of a second behind Youngling. We're on lap 16 out of 18. Coman is just about doing enough. The last time France won a junior Rotax final was in 2015 at Portimao with Florian Venturi. They are 2 laps away from repeating that feat.
Somebody we haven't mentioned too much so far as well is Derek King. He's sitting in 5th. He's gone up by 20 positions in this race.
He is the younger of the 2 twins, the South American champion from Ecuador. He's from Tombaco, the 14-year-old, and he is, I have to say that with all the issues, there's going to be some nose cone penalties. I couldn't tell you who for, obviously, but it's hard to believe there won't be. But Youngling, you're going to get one opportunity. We've got a lap and a half to go. When does Coleman start? When does Youngling attack? If he goes too soon, Coleman can get him back.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of those races you see where the move's not done until the very last moment.
Because again, that's a high risk strategy for Youngling, but it does mean that Coleman get back at him. Let's see. Coleman's going to have to defend. Timo Youngling will start it up. Oh, Coleman's gone in very deep into 12, and Youngling's going to try the crossover. Coleman parks it on the apex.
And he's made it work, and Louet up the inside there as well. Timo Youngling's made it stick.
Youngling leads, Louet second, 3rd. Look at the run that Luca Houghton's got, but Timo Youngling starts the final lap with a 5-car length lead. Belgium's Bo Louet is next. Coman up the inside. Watch for Luca Houghton to get the crossover. Try to put Bahrain on the podium.
Timo Youngling sitting there really well.
Comfortably, as comfortable as you can be. Up the hill. This is now the crunch time. You can see Louet. I don't think Bo Louet is going to catch him, but Timo Youngling to look over his shoulder now, doesn't he?
Yeah, Timo needs to be really careful here. He doesn't want to overdrive and make a big mistake, which means Bo Louet could get back in, stay.
Doesn't want to give an opportunity. Want to go. Timo comes out. The German-born, British-based driver is a Grand Finals champion, and with that, Great Britain become the most successful Grand Finals nation in terms of wins in history. Belgium second, France third, Bahrain miss out on a podium by inches. Leitonen is 4th, from 27th to 5th. Santieri Leitonen. From the 5th to 6th for Derek King. Max Walton is 7th. Joshua Graham is 8th. At your top 10 provisionally. Sutherland, tell us, we saw he set Louis Coleman up perfect into this corner.
Yeah, Timo knew that he had one opportunity there and he took it.
And then of course he was helped by the wet guys because the outside Louette dived up the inside. They did Bo, but that gave Youngkin the advantage.
Yeah, most definitely. Fantastic from him there. And got the moves done right in good time.
Yeah, indeed he did. And of course, you know, you Rotax obviously during your junior career, Nicole, and that was a crazy. It's an unusual race that happens quite often in junior Rotax.
Definitely, I think one to mention there as well for me is Joshua Graham. Dropped to last at one point after that, not a great start, and he's got himself back up into 8th. Impressive.
From 4th to 36th to 8th. Not a bad performance. Tom Strella from lap position. Ty Mahia up 17. Uros Bogdanic started last, finishes 16th. Noel Sundberg up 18 positions. Even Pagayev up 13 positions. Even Hamza Al Fayez he gained 8 positions and he crashed as well from Jordan. But well, I mean, the provisional results, of course. Firstly, before you go back to the Team UK tent, have you made of your first experience the grand finals, Nicole?
I think it's been absolutely. I think as well, everybody back home says how difficult it is racing in the UK, and to come to an event like this and see the British drivers do as well as they have really puts it in perspective for you.
Yes, it does indeed. And, you know, there's Mr. Klassen on the weighing scales there, just check things. But, of course, you know, now you see this side of the event, you're going to have to dovetail your racing career with your broadcasting career as well.
I can see, yeah, maybe. We'll see what happens.
Well, this is one way to earn a few pennies before you spend a few pennies in your go-kart, Nicole.
Yeah, maybe we could earn a few quid doing this and then spend it all again just
trying to get a ticket to 2024. Yeah. Excellent, congratulations on a good time in the comment box. Very well done indeed, and we will see you later. Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. Finnish people are a special kind of tough. Now we even have our own word for it. Sisu. At Lynx, the concept of Sisu has inspired the design of our toughest snowmobiles ever. Take this year's Shredder, for example. Its turbo engine gives you 180 horsepower. Talk to me. Or check out the new Rave RA. Its Radiant 2 platform makes Tero here very happy. Yeah. And then there's the X-Terrain. Its new platform means it takes no prisoners. And neither does she. And that's how you say, just the tip of the iceberg. So, check out the new Lynx snowmobile lineup. Now tougher than ever before.
Congratulations, Timo, our new junior Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals champion.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
It just feels amazing. I'm still trying to process what just happened, what went through the race, and how I'm now world champion. It just feels amazing.
It is amazing. I think everyone was on the edge of their seats watching this race. There was a lot happening there. Did it feel like it was a long time, or did it go quickly, or how was it?
It felt both fast and long at the same time. There were some bits there where I was just a bit, like on the last lap, we made connection, me and the leader. Then I got pushed wide in the top corner on one of the laps. But yeah, it felt more short than long because it was enjoying, and I was trying to chase down the leader for most of the race. But it just feels amazing.
And a lot of fun?
Yeah, a lot of fun, yeah.
Okay, now I know you want to thank some people, so please do.
Yeah, I want to thank my dad, my team down Holland, all the organisers for making this event, all my family watching, my grandma and grandmothers, I'm sure they're absolutely buzzing right now. My mum, Paul, and all my siblings as well. Just want to thank all of them.
Of course, as the seniors went out, they were saying good luck, all the team. So I know you want to go watch them.
Yeah,
and we're going to see you at the podium.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, thank you to Timo Youngling and Jen Wade. Philip Lwaka joins me back in the commentary box after his E20 final. Firstly, Philip, it didn't go quite to plan for you this morning, but I think you got a top 10 finish.
Yeah, definitely didn't go. Started P2, didn't quite end where I'd like to. But that's racing. It's something you have to consider. You can't always win. You can't always stand on the top 3 on the podium. But you learn from your mistakes and you do it better next time.
That's all you can do. And your dad as well had a good time. Have you both had a good time racing together?
Of course, it's great fun to be in an event like this size, a huge event, wonderful atmosphere, great racing. The track is wonderful. Looking forward to come again next year.
Okay, well, it's senior Rotax time now. The original Grand Finals Class 1 in the inaugural Grand Finals back in Puerto Rico in 2020 by South Africa's Gavin Cronje. Then Claudio Piazzo Musso won for South Africa. Mark Cronje won in 2002. Cristiano Morgado in 2003. The first non-South African to win this class was Hassan Galeb from France in 2004. Then it was Luc Glansdorp from the Netherlands, Ricardo Romcana from the Netherlands, Benji Russell older brother of George Russell, won it in 2007. Ben Cooper, Luke Varley, Caleb Williams, Cooper again, Charlie Eastman for Ireland, Oliver Hodgson in 2013, Carlos Gil for Spain on home turf in Valencia in 2014, Alex Orlando in 2015, Denis Mavlanov, Brett Ward, Senna Van Volstein, Axel Sanyala, Mark Kimber, who is in this race, and Callum Bradshaw last year. We have two former senior Rotax champions in this race, Kimber and Hodgson. This is Hodgson's first appearance since 2013. 36 drivers, and for Switzerland, Philip, you have got Samuel Ifrid starting on the 13th row, but Terry Leitonen started on the 14th row in the junior race and came away in the top 5. Anything is possible.
Of course, Samuel Ifrid really had a bit of a bump in the last couple runs. Now let's see how interestingly far ahead he's going to get. Hoping the best for the fellow Swiss guy, so will be an interesting.
You are allowed to be as non-impartial as you want when it comes to the Swiss drivers, Philip. That's the rule up here. I remain impartial. My guests from around the world can absolutely cheer on their home favourites.
Well then, Samuel Ifrid, have a good push. Go forwards.
What's get her done in Swiss?
Well, Mark forwards, pretty much.
Mark forwards, indeed. Here we go. We'll take you through the full starting lineup. Sean Butcher starts from pole position in kart 303. 12th a year ago, he was 3rd 2 years ago in Bahrain. Kai Hunter, this year's British champion, starts on the outside of row number 1. He was 2nd 2 years ago, 11th last year. Mark Kimber, this is his 5th Grand Finals. He has 3 wins and a 2nd place finish. Oliver Hodgson starts 4th, the Grand Final champion in 2013. He finished 3rd in 2012 and hasn't been back since. Scotland's Lewis Gilbert starts in 5th position. He was a runner-up last year and 5th as a junior driver in 2018 in Brazil. Daniel Houseworth is the first non-British driver on the grid, 6th position from Austria. Daniel, 40th as a junior last year. What a transformation for him. Alan Klepsik from Hungary will start 7th in kart 351. His best results from 3 previous Grand Finals, 16th as a junior here 2 years ago. He is the Hungarian and the Central European champion. Reigning British champion Macaulay Bishop, 2nd as a Micromax driver in 2019, starts 8th. And Ethan Jeff Hall, this year's Rotax International Trophy winner, starts 9th. Kai Rillarts from Belgium will round out the top 10 on the grid in kart 357, 3rd as a junior 2 years ago, 4th as a senior last year. Simon Olin from Sweden, 23 years old, the Swiss champion lives in Kristianstad. He's making his debut here. Then it is Wales' Matthew Higgins, Treveglois, Mid-Wales. Matthew Higgins starts 12th. Austin Lee from Germany in kart number 3, 5, 6. He will start from the inside of row number 7. Austin was 9th as a junior last year. He was born in Portland, Oregon, but now based in Germany. France's Adam Rahali is next on the grid, 16 years old, the NSK champion from Paris. Kenta Kumagai is next on the grid in kart 323. 8th a year ago, he is the Japanese champion. Miska Kaskinen will start 16th for Finland. He was 13th in this event a year ago. He's 18 years old, the Nordic champion from Salo. Then, the poster boy of this event, Norway's Theo Eriksson, starts 17th in kart 366. Last year, Eriksson finished 17th. He is the Norwegian champion. Theo Kakati, 4th as a Minimax driver back in 2017. Lives in Abu Dhabi, starts 18th. Italy's Elia Papacena starts 19th in kart 345. Elia has never made it to the final in this event before. Dion van Verwin, also first-time finalist after failing to qualify last year. He rounds out the top 20 for the Netherlands. Laurent Lego in kart 348. The 18-year-old Canadian Open champion for Montreal starts 21st. Matej Konik in kart 327 starts 22nd. His best result in 4 previous Grand Finals, 9th as a junior driver in 2021. Andrej Petrovic from Serbia starts 23rd in kart 329, and Andrej's best result 33rd in 2021. 17 years old, the CEZ champion from Belgrade. Prasetyo Harja, the only driver from Indonesia this year, he starts 24th in kart 364. The last time he qualified for the Grand Finals, Sarno 2016. Mateo Richter from the Czech Republic starts on row number 13. Richter in kart 365. His best result from 3 previous Grand Finals, 26th 1 year ago, 2nd in this year's Czech Championship. Samuel Ifrid in kart 313. The Swiss driver starting on the outside of row number 13, finished 20th a year ago. Jules Roussel, 42nd in points. He was one of 5 drivers to race his way into this event, who started outside the top 36th in the pre-final. Roussel, kart 350, he is the NSK champion, 17 years old from Nantes. Ivari Tumoleto from Finland will go from position number 28 in kart 310. The 14-year-old Finnish champion from Helsinki is making his Grand Finals debut this year. Enzo Prando from Brazil will start 29th. 24 years old, the Brazilian champion from Sao Paulo. Then it is Alberto Hurtado Gonzalez, Cooper Auclair, who was 48th after the heats, Mateus Tirolo, Nick Trobech, Christian Pastrian, Rikuto Tamahashi, and finally Tobias Billet Clausen from Denmark. The tension, Philip, is palpable.
Yeah, well, now is everyone's going to get very excited, putting on their crash helmets, getting in the cart, and just waiting for the signal so they can do their formation lap and then get right to the start. Everyone's heart's pounding very high, getting ready, getting focused on the race, some getting in the cart sooner, some getting in the cart later, but at the end of the day, getting ready for their formation lap and then the race start.
I know, of course, we've had some great racing. The British team have been so strong, but the question remains, can they race together, or will they trip over one another, as the case has been, I have to say, several times over the course of the week? They race together all the time. They are all fiercely competitive. Sometimes at this event, Philippe, as you know well, when the final happens, the red mist comes down and little mistakes start to creep in as everybody puts it all on the line.
This reminds me back of, I think 2 years ago, Le Mans was moved to Portimao.
Yes, the 2020 International Trophy.
Exactly, and back in the day I was racing together in junior with Samuel Ifrid, and one of the runs, it wasn't the finals, it was the pre-finals, I had a bit of a touch, and then he went off. Putting it into nice here. Somehow the Swiss come always together. Let's hope that the Brits don't do the same here.
Yes, but now you and Samuel are good friends. You've been in the awning together. I saw you together this morning, and kissed and made up.
Pretty much, yeah.
But of course now he can't hear you now, so that's absolutely fine. Here we go then. The formation lap is underway. 21 laps. Can Kimber take a 4th Grand Finals title and go one behind Cristiano Morgado? Butcher, Hunter, Kimber, Hodgson, Gilbert, Houseworth. You couldn't pick a winner, but any one of about 15 drivers have shown they've got race-winning pace so far this week.
Well, in racing, generally said, the first 10 people, especially with such a long final run, 21 laps is quite a while. There's around 20 minutes of racing. A lot can happen, especially as we saw also in the heats. Sometimes the first 5 start swaffling and the rear start catching up and then overtake everyone.
Well, nobody has had a clear run in any race yet so far. Well, maybe upon your race, Mats Johan Oberhoff was sort of not a dominant victor, but he led the majority of the race. Everything else has been an absolute bun fight, and I think this could be very, very similar. We go into the tram lines. Butcher on the inside, Hunter on the outside, Kimber, Hodgson, Gilbert and the rest. Lights are out. We are off and racing. It's a good start from Butcher. It's a very good start from Mark Kimber. And Hunter slots into 3rd. Then it's Hodgson. The rest of the field somehow making through the roller coaster cleanly. But the British drivers, the top 5 on the grid, remain the top 5. Houseworth in 6th. Daniel Houseworth has now got to start picking these British drivers off one at a time so they don't get a chance to work together.
Daniel Houseworth really wants to get in between, especially he's going to be afraid that the P1 is going to start running away, especially if the others start defending, playing, won't defend and start playing with each other, playing a team game. That's his biggest threat.
A remarkably clean opening 3/4 of a lap. I watched to see them coming through turn number 12. Everybody's still in line. Now, that's great news for the leaders, but for some of the drivers that were starting mid-pack very quick, they didn't have that sort of chaos that you need to gain 10, 12 positions on the opening lap. They're going to have to fight their way through, and we've already got a battle for second. That's Hunter and Kimber side by side. I think Hunter hangs on.
Also, my fellow Austrian over here had a bit of a bad start, already lost a couple of positions. He's really going to be frustrated now, getting up to speed. And
it looks like, it's Houseworth is down to 9th position. Aaron Krepsik from Hungary is the leading non-British driver in 6th position. We're going to have, there's a move going on for 4th place. That's Gilbert passing Hodgson. Somebody runs off track there. Couldn't quite see who that was. That was Simon Olin from Sweden moving up. The Austin Lee's dropped back a little bit. Miska Kaskinen also falling down the order. Samuel Ifrid hasn't had a great start. In the background at turn number 1, somebody spinning backwards and another driver going over the barrier, over the runoff area through the roller coaster down towards the thing, but it's still 4 drivers in the line. Butcher, Hunter, Kimber and Gilbert.
There you see the experience from Butcher coming in, defending very well. No one's getting past him, even with the slipstream advantage, going all the way to the inside of all the corners. No one can pass him. We'll see this through the left-hander of the third last corner, going very defensive, no one getting past. But this means the backfield is starting to catch up again. You saw the gap, but it's shrinking down drastically. From P4 all the way to P6, they are in a train.
And now Butcher begins to defend as we start lap 4 of 21. Butcher defending into turn number 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 drivers all in line. Krepsik, Rillarts, Ethan Jeff Hall and Bishop all in this lead group side by side for 3rd. Down the hill, Butcher still has it just.
Daniel Hemsworth is having an absolute awful start, already all the way to the middle of the grid of P18. He's really not having the world's best final.
Sometimes that happens, doesn't it, Philip, where you don't get the momentum, and then you find yourself battling, a little bit of overdriving kicks in, but especially offline, there's so much mojo rubber down, and again, it's very slippery, it's very dusty offline as well. He's got to refocus. He's still got 17 laps to try and get back in contention. It can happen because the lead battle is on at the front. Butcher leads Kimber, Hunter and Gilbert. Then it's Rillarts, followed by Jeff Hall, Hodgson, Bishop, Krepsik, Rahali, Kamagai, Ericsson, Erlin, Van Verwen and Kakati, your top 15.
Gilbert is really looking into here, but as said, because of Sean Butcher really defending very well here into one of the biggest overtaking opportunities. Also through this long right-hander, you'll see them go very tightly. One mistake there and you'll lose 3-4 positions.
Butcher has to have the confidence. Have faith, Sean. Has he lost the lead there? Yes, he has. Going into turn one, Kimber now leads. Mark Kimber has never finished lower than second in any of his 4 previous grand finals. Solihull's Mark Kimber leads the train. Butcher P3. Gilbert from Scotland is second, and Gilbert now trying to pull away. Rillarts is third. Butcher down to 4th.
Kai also had a pretty good run, already gained a lot of positions up to P4. Podium, maybe even the lead, is in there if he doesn't lose any positions and keeps on pushing forwards as he has in the first couple laps.
Rillarts has been in the top 5 the last 2 grand finals. New race leader, Scotland's Lewis Gilbert. Kimber started in second, and here comes Kai Rillarts. Then it's Butcher in 4th. Ethan Jeff Hall, Kai Hunter, Macaulay Bishop, Oliver Hodgson round out the top 8.
Kai trying to go around the outside there, and it has worked. Very incredible move now, up to P2. As I said, he's really flying right now. His lap times are great, but obviously the first guy really has to defend over here. Trying to go around the outside again, trying to do the switchback. Good defending there, but let's see who comes out on the lead in the next 5 corners.
3 carts now beginning to break away. Gilbert, Rillarts, Kimber, and there's a side-by-side there, 3 wide for the race lead, coming down through turn number 5. Defensive moves into turn number 7. Now we have side-by-side action into turn number 8. Theo Kakati running wide, going up the hill. It's all change. Gilbert, Kimber, Rillarts up at the front, and still nobody's breaking away. Mark Kimber leads Kai Rillarts. They had a tough time of it together in the International Trophy final. I'm sure that's all forgotten about. And the rest of the train, look at this, Philip, as they come across the line. There are, hang on a sec, let's count them. 19 drivers within 4 seconds of the race lead. Kimber, Rillarts. Then it is Ethan Jeff Hall now in 3rd position. I think that is, oh, what a spin! Somebody goes in there. Was that Lewis Gilbert? I think that might have been Lewis Gilbert spinning the Scottish driver out of it. We've still got a 2-car breakaway. This could be critical, Philip.
Yeah, something happened. Something happened we really didn't want to happen, whereas from the British side. 2 Brits colliding with each other. The first 2 now starting to pull away, but the lead, the battle for the lead is not over yet. Since the slipstream here is really hard, as mentioned before. The slipstream in the seniors is the biggest slipstream effect of all of them, especially at high speeds.
Yes, Gilbert drops down to... Oh, Matthew Higgins has also dropped down. Higgins down to 29th, down to 30th. Gilbert down to 25th. It's going to be a head-to-head fight now on lap number 9 between Kimber and Rillarts. Now, Mark Kimber, 20... Let's have a little look. He is now 22 years old from Solihull. Let's have a little look at that. You can see... Oh, and that was the number 332 cart. That was Lewis Gilbert, just sort of... He went in too deep. You could see him correcting it, so he doesn't take out his rival.
Yeah, he collided with his rear, missing his braking point completely, and just went into the back of his teammate, and then almost spun out completely, lost a lot of positions there. His teammate also lost one position, but could have been a lot worse.
And do you know who else is coming into play now, Philip? It is Ethan Jeff Hall in third position, who finished second as a junior driver last year, raced as a junior in UK. As Rillards looks at the inside, Rillards has a little look at Kimber. Kimber fends him off. That's going to bring Ethan Jeff Hall that little bit closer. Now, sadly, we have lost Matthew Higgins. We've lost Daniel Houseworth. We've lost Tobias Clausen. We've got 33 carts still running. Let's take you through the order. But Philip, I'll take you through the order. Any changes? You take over. Hang on a second. There could be a change right now.
Oh, over there, going right, really defended again from Kimber. Really extraordinary defending from his end. But now the thing is, as P3, 4 have caught up again, the entire defending has cost them a lot of time. Top 6 are now in a train again. While we see a move, someone's come very wide.
That was Rillards went in on a move on Kimber. Kimber running very wide indeed. And Kai Rillards has the race lead. Hunter is now second. Jeff Hall is third. Sean Butcher, early race leader.
Oh, but another move there. Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, that
bit
was
of squaffling.
That was is that Hunter going in on Kimber? Ethan Jeff Hall emerging second. Kai Rillards now trying to escape. We'll take you through the lead group. It's Kimber Rillards. Let's have a little look again down into this corner, and it's all sideways for the British driver of kart number. That was Kai Hunter, I think, actually running wide. They complete lap number 11. It's now Rillards, Jeff Hall, Kimber, Butcher, Hunter, Hodgson, Krepsik, Rahali, Van Verven, Petrovic, your top 10. Ericsson is 11th, followed by Kumagai, Olin, Bishop, Kakati, Konich, Papachena, Lee, Tirlo, Harja, Richter, Gilbert, Kaskinen, Gonzalez, Pastrian, Tumoleto, Roussel, Lego, Tamahashi, Trobech, O'Clair, Ifrid, and Prando, the remaining runners. We've still got 9 laps to go. Oh, and what's that problem? Is that a problem for Kai Hunter? I think it is. I think that Kai Hunter has just pulled off with some sort of technical issue. We'll see as they come round. Hunter going through turn number 8. No, it wasn't. It was Kimber. It was Mark Kimber with a problem. I think possibly a rear bumper was rubbing, or even a puncture. It will not be a 4th Grand Finals win for Mark Kimber. The dream is over, and he's out of the race. It means that Haysham's Ethan Jeff Hall, one of the youngest drivers here, along with Macaulay Bishop in the senior category, is now chasing Kai Rillards, with Kai Hunter third, then a gap back to Butcher, Hodgson, Krepsik and Van Verven.
Now, for the Austrian, now he has really lost a lot of positions. I'm not quite sure where he went, but he is all the way off. But now let's have a look. The first 2 are now racing away, trying to create a gap to P3. The train has been split up, and I'll presume it's going to take another 5 laps to put that train back together and to see some real big actions. But the battle for the lead is not over after Jeff Hall is now caught up after the race. The main straight is now back on his bumper. 1 or 2 laps is going to take, so then you're going to see the first moves again. And
Kai Hunter in third place has just made the fastest lap of the race, 53.45 seconds, 2/10 quicker than your race leader Kai Rillards. Rillards, the 17-year-old from Tremolo, has the advantage. Jeff Hall's on a very, very quick lap. He's quicker than the race leader. Now he's in that slipstream. There's the move. Ethan Jeff Hall has it. Hunter closes in. It's now Jeff Hall, Rillards and Hunter, the top 3. A gap back to Butcher, Hodgson, Krepsik, Van Verven, Petrovic, Rahali and Bishop.
Now the battle is going to go on. He's really going to have to defend into turn 8 over here. He doesn't. I thought he's going to have a look there, to be honest. But let's see, have a look at the long right-hander. We've seen many moves up there. A little push, maybe. And there goes the position P2 has been taken by Hunter.
Kai Hunter knows just how quick that Ethan Jeff Hall is, made his move very quickly. Now, Kai Willards was very smart there for him. He didn't defend. He didn't it was 7 laps to go. There's still plenty of 6 laps to go. There's plenty of time. Oh, now, why was Willards there banging the top of his radiator? Why was he doing there? Was he putting the flap down? Or is there something potentially amiss?
Well, let's look at the lap times. He doesn't seem to have dropped up drastically quite yet.
54.2 compared to a 53.6. So last time around, Willards lost 0.6 of a second, although it does appear as though he's able to stay in line. The top 3 are 1.1 seconds ahead of the next group: Butcher, Hodgson, Van Verven, Krepsik and Petrovic.
Now, of course, all overtakes take a lot of time off the board, but that's why they're not superly defending super hard, because they want to create up a gap to P4. This way, when they start fighting again, they won't get caught too quickly by the rest of the field.
Mark Kimber has not retired. He's down in 28th position, still running. Let's start as we go through we enter lap number 17. Jeff Hall, Hunter, Willards, top 3. Then a gap back to Butcher, back to Hodgson, Van Verven, Krepsik, Petrovic, Rahali and Bishop. 5 seconds, cover the top 10. All 3 wide coming out of turn number 5. Behind Bishop is Kakati, Olin, Eriksson, Kumagai, Lee, Papachena, Konic, Harja and the rest. But we can't look at the timing screens. We've got to look at the track, because Willards is now back in the second. New leader.
Very clean move, and also not a lot of time lost into P4. So you'll see all of them aren't really fighting it very hard when they get overtaken. It is exactly they're playing with the others. They want to get to the lead, but without losing too much time in total.
Last year, Kai Hunter crossed the line first, was given a penalty. And he's defended, he's over-defended going into turn number 1, and Willards sweeps round the outside.
Back to the lead he goes, but it's not over yet. Has to go defensive into turn number 5, and he'll have to go defensive again into turn number 8.
And here comes Ethan Jeff Hall back to the inside. This is bringing Butcher back into play. It's bringing Hodgson back into play. Van Verven is there as well. What a race from Dion Van Verven, the driver of kart number 305 from Hulshorst, the Dutch champion. He's 15 years old, and he's got a chance here. The top 2, 4, 6, 8 drivers together as we enter 2 laps to go. Oh, Willards goes in deep. He's going to be susceptible here.
Yeah, this straight line is going to be really hard to be covered off by him. If he goes too defensive on the inside, they're going to try to go around the outside.
Here he goes. Look at Ethan Jeff Hall over the curb. Ethan Jeff Hall trying to go around the outside of Kai Hunter. No move there. Hunter still runs second. 2, 4, 6, 8 drivers in a line. The Belgian Kai Willards leads from the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir's Kai Hunter. If you're watching in karting Northeast, and I know you are, get ready on the edge of your seat. If you're watching in Heysham, in Morecambe, in Lancashire, on the edge of your seat. If you're watching in Tremelo, in Belgium, stand up and cheer. If you're watching in England and his other family in Australia for Sean Butcher, get ready to stand up and cheer. Same for the Dutch and the Hungarians, and Andrej Petrovic is there as well in kart 329. Serbia, you've got a chance as well as we go into the penultimate lap.
Right, they're going very defensive here again, but let's have a look. This is going to be really, really tough for the last lap. Going defensive absolutely everywhere he can. He wants to hang on onto the lead. All the Brits behind him, pushing him around. He really, really has to defend this one good.
Well, Kai Willards came to the British Open Championship at the start of the year to get a taste of British racing. I think he's probably glad he did, because he's got to have to fend off the best of British, plus Hungary, Serbia and the Netherlands. Here we go. The rest of the leaders are closing in as well. We're certainly going to have Bishop, Rahali and Olin closing in. It's going to be 1 lap to go this time around. Kai Willards, you're going to have to drive the lap of your life.
Yeah, the last lap, everyone, now it's all or nothing. You either win or you lose. This is pretty much going to be going through every single driver's mindset. Most overtakes, most aggressiveness will be seen here on the last lap.
Jeff Hall second, Hunter third, then it's Butcher in fourth. Through the roller coaster for the 21st and last time. Rillards defends into turn 5. Jeff Hall gets a good run out of the corner, but he's under pressure from Kai Hunter. Butcher is there in fourth as well. It's going to be on the anchors going into turn number 8.
No change of the lead here. There's only 2 more corners he has to defend to take these victory home.
3 wide coming up the straight, and look at Andrej Petrovic in the white race suit. Petrovic from Serbia is there. Oh, the British drivers, they all trip over each other coming down the hill. Rillards is nearly there. Rillards for Belgium is going to be Grand Final champion.
Congratulations to him, but also Kai Hunter stayed second, so no improvement from him, but he'll be pleased to stand on the podium as well. A win obviously would have been nicer for him, but congratulations to Kai for really picking 9 positions up and winning this final race.
Ethan Jeff Hall finishes third, just behind Kai Hunter. Oliver Hodgson fourth on his return to the Grand Finals for the first time in 10 years. Andrej Petrovic started 23rd, finishes 5th. Here we go. There goes Rillards over the, I think, who was that going over the barriers? Possibly Butcher going over the grass there. Hodgson's there in fourth. You can see Butcher on the outside. He gets hung out to dry. And Hodgson, there is Krepsik, Petrovic. They somehow all get round. Rahali bailed out of it. What a race, Filip Lewacka.
What a performance by Petrovic. 16 or 18 positions gained in total. What a leap.
We lost count of how many lead changes we had there. Oh, Kai Rillards, you have just conquered the Rotax world, young man. And you have done it in a race where every single thing imaginable was thrown at him. That young man is a real talent.
Yeah, and also all the Brits catching up. Oh, he had the entire empire behind him.
Yes, the Union flag was bearing down him, but you know what? That young man from Tremelo in Belgium stood tall and held them off. One thing I didn't see from Kai Rillards, no weaving. He was defending, yes, but he was not. And then when he got overtaken, when he felt the cart, as we look at Oliver Behrman in the black T-shirt there, he just watched his brother Thomas race. Oh, the emotions there. Ethan Jeff Hall in second.
Yeah.
In third. Kai Hunter, a runner-up. Oh, it is the emotion and heartbreak. There's David Higgins, Matthew Higgins, his cart. He retired during that race. We'll take you through the finishing order. Provisionally, of course, Kai Rillards, Kai Hunter. Good day to be Kai.
Of course, yes.
Ethan Jeff Hall. I wonder if that's ever happened. Kai and Kai. I don't think that's ever happened.
Well, that's a coincidence indeed, yeah.
It is indeed. Then Oliver Hodgson in fourth, Andrej Petrovic in fifth for Serbia, Aaron Krepsik sixth, Macaulay Bishop seventh, and Dion van Verwen in eighth. Adam Rahali and Simon Olin rounding out the top 10. Sean Butcher eventually 11th, followed by Austin Lee, Theo Kakati, Lewis Gilbert, and Theo Eriksson. Kent Kumagai, Elia Papachena. Look at that, Chile's Christian Pastrian. Apart from Petrovic, Pastrian gained more places than anybody else from 34th to 18th. Jules Roussel and Matteo Richter round out the top 20. Ivari Chumoletto, Placetio Harjo are next, Laurent Legault, Cooper Auclair, Matthias Tirlo, Sam Ifrid. A rough event, up and down, finishes exactly where he started. Ahead of Nick Trobech, Alberto Hurtado Gonzalez and Rakuto Tamahashi. They were the last drivers to finish the race. We lost Konich, Kimber, Kaskinen, Prando, Higgins, Housworth and Clausen. You can look at the results on your screen, but Philip, first of all, two things. Thank you very much for joining me in the commentary box during this week. Once again, just quickly remind the people what you've got planned for next year, because it's going to be a very, very special event in an as yet unnamed location.
Yeah, so definitely, thanks for having me first of all. But taking it a bit more of a sporty event, it's not just normal racing in form of a track, even though this is all great and nice, but we wanted to do something that's unique, something that's never been done before. So we have combined an endurance race, so a team sport, with the E20s and a city track. So it's not going to be held on a normal common racetracks as we're used to. It's going to be something that karting has never seen before. It's going to be in some kind of tourism area, on some kind of mountain, on a city track. And well, we're going to do it with the E20, so it's going to be electric. It's going to be good for the environment, as you put it. And it's going to be good fun, and I hope many of you will take notice of it outside of this commentary box.
Yes, well, and there could be more than just one person in this commentary box part of that event as well.
Of course, yeah. I'll hope to see you at the race as well as a commentator for us, and it'll be great fun.
Yeah, and again, it's something new. It's something that you and you'll be passionate about, working closely with Rotax to develop, again, another element of this sport that is new, different and groundbreaking.
I will call it a new era of racing.
A new era of racing. I am truly amped up over it.
Well, that's wonderful. Well, then, thanks for having me, and yeah, let's have a look at the last couple of races then.
No problems. Thank you very much, Philippe Rwaka. 2 races to go before the 2023 Grand Finals comes to a close. We do apologise if there's been any audio difficulties today. We hope it hasn't affected your enjoyment of this fantastic event. We will have a different live stream for the podiums and the Mojo tyre changing competition. When the racing finishes, you need to go back to the Rotax Karting YouTube channel, and you'll see a separate stream. It will have Saturday, the podiums on it. This is the stream for the finals. This stream will finish, and then a new one will begin for the podiums. You need to make sure you change your feed on the Rotax Karting YouTube channel for that event. There is a dejected Daniel Houseworth walking away, but Jen Wade is down in the pits with our latest Grand Finals champion.
I'm here, I'm not sure with which one is the champion or if none are the champion, but anyway, Kai Rillis, you've won it on the track. What a great race.
Yeah, for sure. Coming from P10, it was a hard way. We fought back to the front, and sadly we got a bumper, but all matters is I won on track, and that I've shown everyone that I can even win from P10. So I want to thank everyone in the team, and for sure my mechanic Rick, and all the team from Strawberry Racing.
I think it was exciting actually on the track.
Yeah, for sure. It was a hard race because everyone's so close to each other, and 21 laps, and coming from P10 was quite hard, to be honest.
Yeah, but it was brilliant. We enjoyed it. Now, Kai Hunter, I'm just going to step in here. Stay here, Kai. 2 Kais. Also a great race, but you're not sure yet, so congratulations anyway. You're in the top 3 across the line.
Yeah, I think it was such a hard race. I think it was so scrappy, so yeah, fair play to Kai and Ethan. They drove them amazing, so even if I don't get to stand on the podium, I've done it for 2 years now. Got lobbed out last year, so hopefully I don't get lobbed out this year, so we'll see.
We'll see, but really good racing, and I think you had a lot of people cheering you on also back home.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone who's made it possible. This year's been incredible. Everyone at Dan Holland, Time Racing Engines, all the little ones like Cole and Jacob. Yeah, they've made this year special, and I think it's a good way to end it, even though I don't know if I'm on the podium or not.
No, but I think it's a popular podium that we have here anyway. Come in, don't run away. Ethan, now we talked about this last year, so close also.
Yeah.
Stepped up from juniors, and it's been a big one.
Yeah, it's been a big step up into seniors this year. You know, I've done really well. I won the Le Mans to get a ticket here, and I've just come 3rd on the road here, so it feels amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing, and I know we might be saying goodbye to you shortly. So I hope you remember this day and this week here in Bahrain, and all the memories as well with Rotax. And hopefully we're going to see you on the podium, but we have to wait and see all the official results.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of penalties, I think, but yeah, it's been a phenomenal weekend. I've had a little bit of bad luck and a bit probably where I can improve my driving, but apart from that, it's been a superb week.
Yeah, superb week. Anyone you'd like to say thank you to?
Yeah, I'd like to say a massive thank you to Darren Brown, Liam Wright, Strawberry Racing, we
won't mention him.
OH Media Management, Fit for Performance, and Fiver King, and my parents.
And your parents, who I know, I saw your dad up there watching very nervously, but congratulations anyway, great race. And I think everyone at home really enjoyed it. It's been a fantastic season.
Yeah, it's been great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
What's up? We outside. Having fun doing what I want, cause you know the sun beating down kinda like a drum. Look how I do it. Look how I do it.
Another beautiful day out there, folks, so get out there, but don't forget your sunscreen, UV index.
I just wanna have a good time. It's all on me. Pleasure's mine. The weatherman said it's the right time, so we gon' get it jumping till the night time. We gon' get it. We gon' get it. We gon' get it. We gon' get it. We outside. Yeah, I might just take a dive with it, feel alive with it, ride with it, cause I'm fly with it. Loud with the trouble, loud with the bass. No clouds in the way, smile on my face. Look how I do it. Look at me, look at me, look at me splash. Look at me, look at me, look at me splash. Look at me, look at me, look at me splash. Look at me, look at me splash.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 2 races to go here in Bahrain at the 2023 Rotax Grand Finals, the first of which is DD2 Masters, drivers aged 31 and above in the 2-speed Rotax powered karts. Some of the Grand Finals, most recognizable faces and names, some of the biggest characters as well. And speaking of biggest characters and recognizable faces and names, well, here's my co-commentator Kyle Lawrence, but Daryl Smith from Rotax joins me here in the commentary box. Daryl, welcome back.
Henri, how are you? Ça va bien?
Oui, mademoiselle. This really is, we're seeing some new names coming into Masters. We're seeing some old names bid farewell. Christopher Adams making his final start. A big thank you to Christopher for all his support over the year. Billy Cleveland as well, making his final start. Has been racing since 1971.
Wow, that's
as
old.
Wild Bill.
It's old. Yep.
That's you know, old age and treachery, that's what gets you to the front in this. But 36 drivers, there's been some fantastic racing. We've actually got one of the DD2 Masters young guns at the front, Nicolas Picot from France. It's his first year of eligibility in Masters, the 31-year-old driver from, let's have a look, where in France does Nicolas hail from? Bordeaux, a good wine region.
Apparently so.
Not that I would know. Nicola Pico, he finished second in the DD2 class back in 2019 in Sarno, 7th 2 years ago, and 10th back in 2018 in Paraíba, Brazil. Ben Cooper, who now has a chance to move into second place on the all-time Grand Finals win list. He starts on the outside of row 1 in kart 526. Ben won in DD2 in 2012. He won as a senior in 2008 and 2011. The last time Ben was in the Grand Finals, he finished second in DD2 back in 2014 in Valencia. Lithuania's Martin Tankavicius starts third, 33 years old, the CEE champion from Vilnius, and he said that he has a very understanding wife, as many of these drivers do. Rodrigo Flaco Eckholt starts fourth for Chile. That is Chile's highest ever Grand Final starting position. Debutant Federico Rossi from Italy will start fifth. Martin Knopka from Lucianetsk in Slovakia will start sixth. Knopka was 12th in this event a year ago. New Zealand's Matthew Kingsman will start from 7th position. Matthew, one of 11 drivers in this class making their Grand Final debut, the 32-year-old from Auckland. Dennis Thum from Germany, 6th last year, 10th 3 years ago. He starts from the outside of row number 4. He is the German champion. Latvia's Henrich Gruber goes from P9 on the grid. Henrich, the 2020 International Trophy champion. Also a very good record. He has finished 4th, 5th and 10th in the last 3 years. Jan Adriano from Switzerland on his debut, the Swiss champion, enjoys spending time skiing with his family. He said he's waited a long time to get here and the wait has been worth it. Starting from 11th on the grid, Rubens Barrichello from Brazil. 11 Formula One Grand Prix victories, 3 appearances now in the Grand Finals. His best Grand Finals result was back in 2015 in Portimao, where he finished 4th in DD2. Vivian Cusack-Pico, Nicola Pico's half-brother, 40 years old from Bordeaux, will start 12th, and he got his ticket in the NSK Championship. He was 27th a year ago. Captain America, Derek Wang, 12 Grand Final appearances. He starts 13th. He has had 4 top 10 results in the last 5 years. Maxime Gravouet from France will start 14th in kart 515. He's this year's Rotax International Trophy winner. Belgium's Christophe Adams, now racing for the Netherlands. He will start his final Grand Finals event from P15. Christophe, the 2007 DD2 Masters champion, the 2009 Max Masters champion. Scott Howard from Australia in kart 520, 42 years old from Brisbane, finished 6th back in 2017. Matias Rodriguez from Argentina starts 17th. Matias, 36 years old from Buenos Aires, he was 3rd in Sarno in 2019. Finland's Antti Ollikainen will go from P18, the politician from Kampale. He has had 3 runner-up finishes and a 3rd place effort during his Grand Final career. Javier Campo from Spain will start from 19th on the grid. Javier is 46 years old from Venturada. He is an 8-time Spanish champion racing in his 7th Grand Finals. Carl Cleribo from Belgium rounds out the top 20 on the grid. He's had 2 DNFs in the last 2 finals. Can Carl make it to the end? Vitor Mendes from Portugal will start 21st. He is making his debut, 51 years old, from Felheios in Portugal. The Portuguese champion, Juan Duque from Colombia, is next on the grid. Juan Duque, 23rd 1 year ago. Kyle Lawrence, making his first appearance in the Grand Finals in 11 years. There's Christopher Adams. Thank you, Christopher. Merci. La Poutrelle Racing is standing proud in the centre of the grid. Kyle Lawrence, my co-commentator from South Africa, will start 23rd. Billy Cleveland from California in his final start starts 24th. Another of my co-commentators, Roger Young from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan, will start 25th. He failed to qualify for the final last year in DD2. Then Kyrgyzstan's Dmitry Kofanov, Gustavo Mikkelsen from Peru, David LaPlante, Tony Hogg, Jan Andreasen will start, I think, his 18th Grand Finals from 30th on the grid. Jan, a podium finisher in the Grand Finals back in 2004. Nick Izani, the Malaysian driver who's on his honeymoon here this week, starts 31st. Daniel Zions, Nicolas Massinas, Javier Gonzalez Alcant, and Lucas Souza round out your 35-strong grid. Our camera cart on board with Matias Rodriguez looking, well, let's be fair, he's looking at Christoph Adams' rear end. Haven't we all done that, Darrell Smith?
No, Henry, I have not.
21 laps, a real test of driver Christopher Adams, the very last man into the kart. This has been a huge part of his life and our Grand Finals coverage since live streaming began.
Yeah, he certainly is a character, Christoph. I can't take that away from him. He's had his ups and downs, and he's represented more countries than he can poke a stick at.
Yeah,
for sure.
he's got more passports than an MI6 agent. I tell you that. Maybe that's where he. That's what he does when he's not driving a go-kart.
Yeah.
Who knows? The stage is set.
Here we go.
The engines are fired, and those of you watching around the world, these are some of Rotax's the most loyal customers, drivers, and supporters.
Yeah, of course. You know, they really have been in here a while, like in the game, and it's really good to see these guys up on the field. I was talking to a couple of them before this race, in particular after the warm-up, Matty Kinsman and Dennis Toom, who unfortunately had a bit of a penalty yesterday. However, they're on fire, they're ready to go, so this will be interesting.
Yes, an incident in the opening lap of the pre-final took out Rubens Barrichello. Rubens is sporting a rather nasty gash on the top of his hand. But apart from being slightly upset, the go-kart's frame, rest in peace frame.
Okay. We just bury that in the sand out the back. I'm sure there's some out there.
Yes, I think Derek Wang has also got a kart out there as well after an incident in practice. Gustavo Mikkelsen looks like he has not made the start, and I can't see, is Dennis Toom out there, the German driver? Yes, there he is.
Yep.
But his transponder maybe hasn't picked up. Cooper and Pico had a great battle for the win on the last lap of the pre-final. Masters races tend to settle down quite quickly, or they go completely the other way. What are we going to see in this one?
Yeah, I think depends on the night they've had before, mate. So if it's been on the wine, it's a sure thing for a good opener.
Well, it being in Bahrain, everyone should have gone to bed and drunk nothing but orange juice.
Yes.
We'll see about that.
Here we go.
Into the tram lines, DD2 Masters is underway. It's a good start from Pico. Cooper loses a couple of positions. Tankavicius moves into P2. Cooper back to third. Now, hold our breath. Does everyone get through the first roller coaster complex cleanly? Here's Matias Rodriguez behind Scott Howard and Christoph Adams. They come out of turn 5, down the hill, up through into second gear, and now will we see a move from Rodriguez? Not quite. Yes, he does get to the inside. He might be able to pick up Christoph Adams as well, but Adams has the inside line. running up towards turn number 9. Good clean start by the front runners though, Darryl.
Yeah, that was a nice start. Everyone got through okay from what we can see, so good effort, boys. Let's keep that going.
Yeah, it's a long race, and of course these drivers, they do joke about how it's too long for these old boys, but they are still very fit. These are very physical karts. They're very fast, 130 kilometers an hour sometimes. And through turn number 1, we can see Rodriguez chasing, but we've got a new leader, Martinez Tankavicius. Well, he probably owes his wife a couple of dinners because all the racing that she puts up with, and a grand final trophy could be a good way to say thank you, my darling.
Yeah, and Ben Cooper going in the second there, ahead of Pico as well. I think Matty Kinsman up behind him, so this is on for sure. It's a good race.
It is on for young and old up at the front. Cooper second, Pico third. Then it is the black race suit of Flacco Eckholt. Eckholt is down in 6th position. The pink crash armor, the blue and green race suits. So in the black race suit, is that Dennis Toom, or is it possibly? No, it's Matty Kinsman, the Team Kiwi race suits. Of course it is. Cross the line to start lap number 3. Kinsman making more moves, and I think that's Matthew Kinsman ahead of Nicola Pico in the 3rd. But Tankavicius, Cooper and Kinsman now is trying to stretch away from Pico. Rossi side by side behind between Eckel, Gruber, Toom, Adriano, Konopka, Barrichello and Wang.
Here goes a move from Ben Cooper. Nearly got through on Tankavicius, but Tankavicius just able to hold him off there.
Yeah, I think Martinez Tankavicius is thinking, if we can't let Ben Cooper get into the race lead. Cooper qualified 20th, came scything through the pack in both his heat races. The first heat race that you joined me for, Darryl, he went round the outside of Barrichello for 4th place, got a nose cone, dives at the inside. Tankavicius does the crossover. They're driving like a bunch of Micromax drivers. This is great stuff. We start lap number 4. Tankavicius, Cooper. Here comes Matty Kingsman for P2. Let's have a look again.
There we go, Cooper down the inside, but a bit too sideways. Tankavicius able to come back on him, and that was a good outside run there. Tankavicius
inches apart as
absolutely
well.
Yeah, good.
And,
fair
Cooper
play, guys. Fair play.
But Cooper thinking the best form of a defense is offense. He's already close back in on Tankavicius, but Martinez Tankavicius has set his stall out early that he will defend. He doesn't want to let Cooper pass into rhythm. He may not have a choice. There goes Ben Cooper to the inside. Cooper with the race lead. Tankavicius, Kinsman, and in 4th place, Rossi now in 4th position. Oh, Cooper runs a little bit wide. He's going to be susceptible onto the main straight.
Yeah, Tankavicius has a good run here, and Matty Kinsman right behind him. So this will be interesting into this corner. But yeah, Ben Cooper just blocking there.
Indeed. Nice Cooper now has to defend. So the top 4, nose to tail. Now that was Cooper's signal to go. Defends, recognises the Tankavicius and Kinsman are side by side. Now Ben Cooper gets his head down and goes. Oh, up the inside, there's 3 cars running wide there. Oh, there's contact up at the top of the hill. And Gruber, Rossi, Pico, Echo, Adriano, Toom. Well, I'm going to look down. Barrichello's dropped back to 16th position, and that was Gruber, and it was Dennis Toom, and it was Cusack Pico, all losing ground. So Juan Duque has retired. Now maybe a few more will join the list of retirees. Cooper beginning to pull away on lap number 5. The battle is on for second between Tankavicius and Kinsman to the inside. At this point, Darryl, Kinsman looks like he's the only driver that's got the speed to challenge Ben Cooper.
Yeah, this is dangerous now for everyone else. Like Ben out front, that's a good scenario for him, but dangerous for everyone else.
Scott Howard and Dmitry Kofanov have also had an issue. Howard's dropped right to the back of the pack. Kyle Lawrence is up from 23rd to 10th. I think it's because we spoke a bit of Welsh together in the commentary box, and it's inspired him. And I missed him in the pre-final. I didn't see his name there. I must have missed it, and I know I upset his mum, Mrs. Lawrence. Kyle is doing very, very well. He has just passed Rubens Barrichello. That's right. Kyle Lawrence has just passed Rubens Barrichello, and Christoph Adams and Barrichello are now going head-to-head for 14th position.
Very interesting. Like, even if you just said you passed Rubens, that's enough, isn't
it? That's enough. I can call it a career. There is Flaco Eccles. So Team Chile are cheering for Flaco, and Flaco is only one place off the podium. Chile have never had a Grand Finals podium. Canada, New Zealand, Lithuania. 1, 2, 3. Then Italy, Chile, Switzerland, France, Argentina, Slovakia, France and the USA. That's the top 11. Then Spain, South Africa, the Netherlands, Brazil, Portugal, with Anssi Jalakainen from Finland in 17th position. Let's look at the gap. It was 9/10 of a second at the end of lap number 6. We complete lap number 7. It grows. No, it shrinks to 8/10 of a second.
Yeah, fast lap time by Matty Kinsman on that lap. So this is going to be interesting. 1/10 up on Ben, and he looks fast too. So, but as I mentioned earlier, Ben out front, that's a challenge to get back.
Oh yes. Christoph Gasparovic won this event last year for Latvia. Morgan Riesch for France was triumphant in 2021. Roberto Pazewski in 2019 for Austria. Cristiano Morgado in 2018 for South Africa. Australia won it in 2016 and 2017 with Lee Michner and Troy Woolston. Ryan Urban was the last Kiwi to win in TD2 Masters. 2015 Portimao. And Canada, their most recent Masters win, Scott Campbell, who I know is watching, back 2010 in La Conca. So the top 3 are yellow flags waving. Vitor Mendes, I think, might have stopped. Let's have a little look. Rubens Barrichello tumbling down the order to 20th. Roger Young has also had an issue, I believe, and Javier Gonzalez Alcant. Vivian Cusack-Pico has also failed to come around, so the mice are getting at the machinery, as it were, or perhaps it's just the tension and the drama gets to drivers young and old, Darryl.
Yeah, certainly, Henry. This is a little bit hot out there for the boys, and certainly on track. There we go. Someone into the
tyre
wall.
barriers goes somebody else there. Who was that? We'll check that next time. Either white and red race suits. There it is Echo. Let's have a little look here. One driver coming back onto the circuit. Oh, vaulting over the curb, and that was Rossi into the curb, and it was Jan Adriano, the completely innocent party there. Rossi, airtime, said Travis Pastrana. Would be proud of that one. Sadly, Jan Adriano into the barriers, out of the race. And it looks as though Barrichello has also retired. The Brazilian Formula One legend will not finish this final race. On the track, Cooper leads by a second, but the battle of the second is now really, really hotting up. Kinsman, well, actually, no, it's the battle for third.
Yeah.
Because Flaco Eccles is about to put Chile on the podium as he makes a move on Tankavicius. No, Tankavicius defending. So it's going to be Canada versus New Zealand for the win. And then, at the looks of things, we reach the halfway point. 4 drivers, Tankavicius, Eccles, Rodriguez and Rossi, battling for the final podium position, with Konopka not far back. Wang, Pico and Lawrence, your top 10.
This is a good position for the camera cart because, we've got, this is Rodriguez, I believe.
Yep, it's Matthias Rodriguez.
So, Tankavicius right in front there, but let's see how long that lasts.
But the fact that Tankavicius is white lining it, by white lining it, I mean defending at this early stage. He's not happy with the setup of his kart, or maybe his tyres are just due to come on a little bit later in the race.
It's possible, Henry. It's quite warm out there, so maybe he had them a little bit lower, but I don't know. I think the guys behind him are genuinely quicker. Yeah.
Oh, Eccles getting it over the curbs there. Yeah, Martinez Tankavicius, I have to say, is creating a little bit of a log jam. If the cart's not working for you, you just can't let people go, can you?
No,
You've got to defend, even though it's going to upset the people behind you. That's the hand that you've got been dealt with for this final. You've got to just do what you can do.
Yeah, Eckholt's in a very difficult position here. Like, he's trying as much as he can to get past Tankavicius, covering his back, and then you've got Rodriguez trying to get through on him. So difficult for Eckholt at this point.
We are down to just 27 runners. A couple of incidents further down the pack. And now a change. What's gone on there? And suddenly we have a new leader, and it's Matthew Kingsman. Oh, Eckholt off, up over the curb. Chili's chances go up in smoke. Oh, he comes back on the track. That was vaulting up over the rear bumper of Tankavicius' cart, and here comes Matias Rodriguez. Now, up at the front, what has happened? So Kingsman just closing in and has passed Ben Cooper.
Yeah, we didn't get to see that, so I don't know what happened. So sorry, folks at home, but we've got the footage on the guys from third place backwards, and I don't know what happened up front there.
Well, this on our screens is third. Oh, Eckholt's all over the shop here, and he's wide coming out of turn number 9. Here comes this is going to get very, very close. This is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Derek Wang, Captain America, trying to get a first Grand Finals podium. Oh, Tankavicius is in. I thought that kart didn't look too well. Tankavicius is in. Now Eckholt, look what's happened to Ben Cooper. He's lost 1.5 seconds, although he must have made a mistake because he's just put in a purple sector.
Yeah.
Last lap of 53.3 for Cooper, a 53.19 for Kinsman. Kinsman's got a 1.5 second lead, completely off camera. New Zealand lead Masters.
Yeah, this is amazing. Like we said, we didn't see what happened, but completely the opposite. Matt Kinsman out front here doing a hell of a job, and Ben on the chase.
Yeah, I mean, Cooper's got the fastest lap of the race so far. This is now game on. 6 laps to go. Let's have a look. Cooper, last time around, was the same speed as Kinsman. And look at, that's a move a little bit further back. That was Martin Konopka having a look at Federico Rossi. Derek Wang at the back of this group. Eckholt has lost 3rd place. It's now Rodriguez up into P3. Rossi is 4th. Eckholt falling back there. A mistake from Flacco coming out of turn number 5. And it's Argentina on the podium. Well, Matias Rodriguez finished 3rd in this race in 2019. He's on course for the P3 at the moment, but 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th are all chasing him. Eckholt, Rossi, Konopka and Wang. Javier Campo is now 8th. Kyle Lawrence is 9th. Grabaway 10th. Christoph Adams 11th. Pico is 12th. Cleribo 13th. Massinas, Olekainen, Laplante, Souza, Izani, Cleveland, Zayos, Howard, Andreasen, Cusack, Pico. 23 drivers still running. Hogg, Young, Gruber, Roger Young still out there in 24th, but we're losing drivers left, right and centre. This is really survival of the fittest, Darryl.
Yeah, they're certainly dropping off like flies. So, Matty Kinsman, once again, as we see here, he's doing a good job out front. Ben Cooper chasing as hard as he can, but Ben's just put in a very fast Sector 1. Sector 2 a little bit slower, but overall they're pretty much matching each other time-wise.
We were focusing on this battle for 3rd place for some time, but when I glanced at the timing and scoring screen, Cooper was holding like an 8th, 9th, 10th of a second advantage. Now, I don't know if he suddenly lost all that speed. 53.135 from Kinsman. Kinsman has really turns up the wick here. Rodriguez is clear in 3rd. Who's going to take 4th? Konopka and Wang are now challenging Rossi, with Eckholt back in 7th position. And some of the carts littering the side of the circuit. Carts absolutely littering the side. We've got 4 laps to go in DD2 Masters. Matthew Kinsman, Ben Cooper, Matias Rodriguez, your top 3. New Zealand, Canada and Argentina are at the moment on the podium. Down towards turn number 12, Darryl Smith, Matthew Kinsman. it doesn't matter how old you are, the nerves will be jangling.
Yeah, I think Matty's doing a great job out front. Like, Ben's a hard charger, and he's just not pegging him back. The lap times, look how fast Matt is on track now.
Yeah,
last lap, 0.3 of a second up on Ben Cooper.
I can't wait to hear what Jen Wade has to say with Ben Cooper, whether it was a mistake or whether, Kinsman went for a move and Cooper had to run off track. We will only find out. Rodriguez has had an absolutely superb run, but let's look at some of the real characters. Nicola Pico has had to retire. Scott Howard, the top 20 finish. Billy Cleveland is on course for a top 20 finish in his final race. Nick Izani on course for a best ever 17th finish on his honeymoon. Antti Ollikainen, a top 15 result for Antti. He'll be disappointed with that. Now, Christoph Adams, I'm not allowed to be biased, but I absolutely want Christoph Adams to try and muscle his way past either Kyle Lawrence or Maxime Gravaway, who are battling in front of him, and get Christoph Adams a top 10 finish as he makes his bow in the grand finals.
Yeah, this will be interesting for Christoph. He desperately wants it for sure to get into the top 10.
He does want it, and again, I hate being biased, and I'm not, but I think it would be what a perfect way to round out his Rotax career, finishing in the top 10, showing that at the age of nearly 60 you can still get it done in these DD2 Masters karts. Now the leaders down the hill, the sun begins to set slowly in the sky. Ben Cooper has 2 laps, but Kinsman is just gone. What a result this could be for Matthew Kinsman. New Zealand weren't able to come to this event 2 years ago because of the COVID pandemic. They're back this year, and I know that I know there's a lot of work to do on the Rotax program in both Australia and New Zealand. A result like this will give Rotax and its competitors a real shot in the arm.
Yeah, it certainly needed that part of the world that they, but with this result, like you said, it may put them on the map for a better future.
It's something that that can really bring everyone together, and because Australia and New Zealand have got such a proud tradition in Rotax right from the start. Darryl, you were a champion back in 2001 in Max Masters in Malaysia, so you know that the grand finals, Australia and New Zealand, they're intrinsically linked.
Yeah, we've had a good representation and some good results over the years. So, for Matty to do this is right up there with one of the best results.
Well, Matthew Kinsman, you have half a lap to go. I spoke with Matt's mum as she pushed his kart into the pit area during practice. I said, so are you mummy mechanic? And she would say, yeah, sometimes. Sometimes I have to be. He has got half a lap to go. He's had to beat one of Rotax's best to do it as well.
Yeah. Looking back here, keep in mind Matty's dad raced too in I believe it was South Africa and Malaysia. I think it was. Yeah.
Well, like father, like son.
There we go.
Kinsman wins for New Zealand, and the All Blacks stand tall and cheer. Canada a second with Ben Cooper. It's a fifth podium for Cooper, a 5th Grand Finals podium for Cooper, and Argentina, South America on the podium with Matias Rodriguez, a 2nd podium for him. Rossi is 3rd, Konopka 4th, Rossi 4th, Konopka 5th, Wang, Eccles, Campo, Gravaway, Kyle Lawrence, a top 10 result for South Africa, followed by Masinas, Carl Cleribo, a career best result for him in 12th. Christoph Adams, well, in his 16th and last Grand Finals, it's lucky number 13. He finishes 13th, ahead of David LaPlante, Antti Ollikainen, Billy Cleveland. Thank you, Billy, for all your work in this sport over the last 50 years. You finished 16th. Lucas Souza, Nick Izani, Daniel Zion, Scott Howard, the top 20. Vivian Cusack-Pico, Jan Andreasen, and Roger Young round out the finishers. The list of retirees: Pico, Tankavicius, Hogg, Gruber, Adriano, Barrichello, Gonzalez, Mendes, Tum, Kofanov, Duque and Mickelson. But Darrell, certainly a worthy winner. We will find out from Kinsman and Cooper and Jed Wade what happened with the move for the lead.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. We didn't see it at all, but you know, whether Ben made a mistake, we're not sure. But Matty was, you know, the gap was maintaining that point when we went off screen. So it'd be interesting to find out what happened.
There's Lithuania celebrating an 11th place finish for Mikolas Masinas. Team USA watching on, supporting Billy Cleveland, and there's the Dutch fans as well. You've got the Greek team in the foreground. It just shows that the Masters have a place here in the Grand Finals, as always. They are a key factor of this event.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they've been in it for nearly from day one, the Masters division, and it's really a pleasure to see these guys continue to come back again.
It is absolutely a shake of the hand there between
it's Matty's dad
and Ben's mechanic there.
Yeah,
Ben's dad as well.
Yeah.
So the two dads, you know, congratulating their kids who are in their 30s, but you know that's what dads do. You know, that's what dads do. You do that, Darrell. You know, as well as a racing dad. You know, I'm a sporting dad. And I know how proud, doesn't matter how big or small your baby boy or girl is, you know, whether they're 6'2" basketball player or a 32-year-old grand final champion, they're still.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Great stuff. Well, there's Scott Howard frame giving his. That's a sight that you don't see in any other sport. Australia and New Zealand embracing warmly. I think the emotion has just come out for Matty Kingsman. And whose bosom would you rather rest in than Scott Howard's, ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, dear.
Well, thank you very much, Darrell. We're going to be going down to speak to Jen Wade, who will have Matty Kingsman with him very shortly. But after this next interview, we have just one race to go.
Ben Cooper, at this stage, provisionally the champion in Masters. Title number 4?
Yeah, title number 4. It's not the way I want to win it. I want to win it on track. But I guess the only way I can justify it is you know, when I was in the lead and I went off, there was oil on track and I was the first one there. So, yeah, the luck was on my side in qualifying this week, and maybe the luck's on my side. But I just feel gutted for Matthew. He's been on fire all weekend, and you know, he deserves it just as much as me. Most of us guys here racing Masters, you know, like I said to you at the start of the week, the F1 teams aren't going to come and sign us up next weekend, so we're here for fun. We go back to our families the next couple of days, and you know, our kids will still love us and everything. And me and Matthew have been talking a lot this week with very similar backgrounds. He's got 2 girls the same age as I've got 2 boys. So yeah, it's, I'm looking forward to going home, spending time with the family before Christmas, but I'm proud to be with my dad and everything. I'm very happy.
Of course, this is where the friendships are made. We know that. You've made them over the years, and I think made some new ones this week in Masters, stepped up. But I'm sure there's a lot of people at home watching and a lot of people supporting you. I don't think they realised about the bumper that Matt had. Of course, the poor guy's in tears. We won't talk to him.
Yeah,
but he did deserve to be up there. But I think he's going to be sharing the podium with you.
Yeah, for sure. I'll make sure he's standing on the top step with me because if there's any case to be joint winners, I think he has a case. He was unlucky in the pre-final, just as I was in the qualifying and stuff. So I guess in things it works itself out. You know, in racing, I'm just super happy. It's not how I want to win it. It's taking that little bit of raw emotion. I kind of had an understanding that he didn't celebrate too hard across the line. So when he got in the lead, I saw him look at the bumper and he waved his hands. I kind of had an idea in my head. So I was just making sure I was keeping him that 5 second. The old body was struggling at the end, and I don't know how these older marshals, shall we say, like Rubens and Christoph are doing it. I won't be doing it at their age, that's for sure. Hopefully my kids will be doing it, but hello to my kids at home. I'll go cry if I say too much, but yeah, super happy, thanks.
We're all happy as well. Now 4 titles for Ben Cooper. Yeah. Look out, Cristiano Morgado. I think he's going to make a comeback next year. He's here in the crowd watching.
I called him out at the start of the week, didn't I? Now I'm thinking I want to stop. If he does it, maybe I'll try and get back into it for sure.
Okay, we'll hold you to that. Congratulations, Ben, and also Team Canada.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The highs and lows of racing. What highs and lows do we have left in store here? There's 36 DD2 drivers walk out onto the circuit to bring the curtain down on the 2023 Rotax Grand Finals. Oh, Zsombor Kovacs, you join me back in the commentary box, and if all the rest of the races have had drama after drama, post-race issues, we will be bringing you up to date with some of the things that have gone on after the races with nose cone penalties, technical infringements and things like that. So there's a new stream for the podium presentation. So when the racing finishes, please go back to the Rotax Karting YouTube channel. And there is a new stream. You will see the test card. It will say Saturday, the podiums. On the podiums, we will also be bringing you the semi-finals and the grand final of the world-famous Mojo tyre changing competition. If you want to see 8 of the fastest mechanics in the world put 4 Mojo tyres on rims and take them off rims in about 35 seconds, please tune in to that.
Exactly, it's going to be a heck of a race as well, like these finals. I think we're going to see a big race. A big race. And a big hello to Filippo Laghi. Filippo's joined me on commentary for the DD2 class the last 3 years, in fact. But we have Hungary Zsombor Kovacs, the 2016 Junior Rotax Vice Champion, in the booth this week. What have you learnt from looking at the racing from a different perspective? When you drove, you watch it, and then when you're not a driver, you see it from the outside of the circuit. Now you're seeing it from the TV commentary booth. At some moments, it's a heartbroken thing that I just can't be there and fight for the win. But from the other side, it's just great to see them fighting and hard and fair. So it's good to see them racing.
Let me guess. Now, when I finished racing and started to commentate, there was one part of the race that I would have given anything to be out on the track: the rolling lap. I love the rolling lap. What about you?
Me too, to be honest, me too. But I love the racing as well, and to fight for the lead, especially defend, everything about racing. Everything
indeed. So, of the 72 drivers that entered this event, or that got their tickets for this, 36 remain. Looking at my list of statistics, there were initially 44 nations represented in the DD2 class alone. The DD2 class in the grand finals made its debut back in 2006 in Braga, Portugal. Ben George won for Austria on that occasion. Pierre-Luc Wallet for Canada. Leroy Poulter from South Africa were the next 2 winners. Then Caleb Williams and Daniel Morand. Pierre-Luc Wallet won his second grand finals in 2011. Then it was Ben Cooper, who we've just seen provisionally claim a 4th title after a nose-cone penalty for Kinsman. Then Simas Universis for Lithuania. Sean Babington for the UAE won it in the rain in Valencia. Ferenc Concha, your countryman, took his first of 2 consecutive DD2 titles at Portimao 2015, Sarno 2016. Australia's Cody Gillis won in 2017, Paulo Basonsone in Brazil 2018, then Peter Bazel, whose younger brother Jakob is in the chance of winning this race. Martin van Leeuwen won 2 years ago. There is the Flying Dutchman with his blue leggings and orange suit, just getting himself prepared. Last year it was Mark Kimber who was victorious. Right. Leonardo Baccaglini has dominated 2 of his 3 heat races and his pre-final. He's going to be very tough to beat. The rest of the field know they have to drag him into a scrap right at the start.
Exactly. That's their only chance, because I think once Leonardo is in the rhythm, he will just fly away from the others. So that's their only chance, to be honest.
It is their only chance. This is either going to be a very spread out race, or it's going to be a very, very scrappy, in and out drivers, getting involved. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. Pole position, kart 420, the front brakes there being shown. Or ART carts. Pole position 420, Leonardo Baccaglini, the 16-year-old debutant. He likes his rock music. He's the Italian champion. On the out number 1, 453, Jakob Bazel, 3rd last year in this class. He's now 22 years old from Tremona in the Czech Republic. Then Estonia's Ragnar Vera starting 3rd. He's in his 6th consecutive Grand Finals, the Lithuanian champion, but he is from Estonia and lives in Tallinn. Axel the 2019 Senior Rotax Grand Finals champion from Finland starts. On row number 3, we have Austria's Philip Moazzi, 8th 2 years ago, 33rd last year. He is joined by Denmark's Rasmus Vendelbo in kart number 460. In 4 previous Grand Finals appearances, Rasmus's best result, 12th in 2018. 2017 as a Minimax driver. Zenderu, always knocking on the door, the Slovenian driver, 4th in 2017, 3rd in 2019, 4th in 2022. Bent Szabo from Hungary starts the number 4-1 on his Grand debut in 8th position, the Hungarian champion, 18 years old from Budapest. Then it is Victor Frostbay from Denmark. 3 previous appearances, his best result 19th last year. Gianluca Savaglio from Canada in kart 452, 4th here 2 years ago. The 19-year-old from Toronto won the Winter Trophy in Florida to get his ticket here. Guillermo Pena-Diaz starts 11th from Spain in kart 449. He has got 1 top 10 finish. That was last year in seniors. Antoine Barbarou from next on the grid. 2 years ago after a penalty. The 19-year-old from Port Briey won this year's international trophy at Le Mans. Harry the Lion Hannam from the UAE, president of Dubai's Millwall Football Fan Club. He starts 13th. Harry the Lion was a top 5 finisher Paraiba, Brazil, when he was a Micromax driver. Then it's France's Noah Hipp, starting from P14 in kart 445, 17 years old from Paris. Daniel, competing as a neutral athlete, has never finished higher than 58th in his 2 previous Grand Finals appearance. The champion from 2 years ago, the Flying Dutchman, Martin van Leeuwen, 16th. Michael Rossina from Italy will start 17th. 10th as a junior back in 2014. 15 in Portimao. Antoine Brogio starts 18th. The Frenchman is in his second Grand Finals, 16 years old, from Paris. He is the NSK champion. David Aulesna, living in South Wales but born in Poland. He took Poland's first ever Grand Finals podium 2 years ago in the E20 class. Then rounding out your top 20 from Latvia in kart 422, Martin Janovskis. He was 26th as a Minimax driver in 2019. The rest of the starting lineup: Sebastian Boyd, Thomas Burstins, Patrick Lockmellis, Christos Oikonomou, Kilian Guerin, Enzo Montesinos, Rasmus Friedel, one of drivers to race his way into this event after starting the pre-final outside the top 36 in points. Race de Baranti will start 28th. Then Matt Taskinen, Gonzalo Coutinho, Martin Freer, Ji Cao. Saudi Arabia's Omar Al-Durayan has made his first final in the Grand Finals. Then Alexander Plotnikov, Lucas Pern, and New Zealand's William Exton starting shotgun on the field as they start their rolling lap. Zombo, what do you think Benbo's chances are going from the fourth row of the grid? He's lacking experience at this level, but he's certainly not lacking talent.
Yeah, but he wants to win. You know what I mean? If you still don't have experience, but your blood is just rushing you to go forward. I think. And he has a good speed, so I hope for the best. And we will see. You never can predict what's going to happen, I think.
So Leonardo Baccaglini is poised at the front. Italy haven't won a Grand Finals since 2015. Senior Rotax Portimao, Alex Irlando. He went by the name Alex.
Alex, I remember.
Alex.
Yeah.
So fast he doesn't need a second name. Osella Engineering ended driver because his uncle was part of the Osella Formula One team back in the 1980s. Enough of that. Can Italy take another win? The Czech Republic, Estonia, Finland, Austria, Denmark, Slovenia, Hungary all would like to stop it. They come into the tram lines. This is the race of the 2023 Rotax Grand Finals. Can Baccaglini put the rest of the field to the sword? Lights are not out. A false start. The tension is even greater. Look at everybody in the grandstand, the VIP area hanging over the fences. The grandstands are full. This is the ultimate Rotax class, and we're about to find out why.
Of course, there is a reason to it, so we still need to wait a little bit of time.
I know. So we're getting a bit amped up in the commentary box as well for this. It's a 21-lap race. All drivers aboard the identical Birrell ART cart. There were a lot of retirements in DD2 Masters. The karts aren't unreliable. The karts are very reliable, but of course they are slightly more complex bits of kit with the two-speed box and the front brakes. So when drivers start, how should we say, arguing over the same piece of tarmac, there's more that can possibly go wrong.
Yes, sure.
The
tension is building. Yeah,
the tension is building.
I can feel it.
Now you're feeling this. If you're Bazell and Vieras, what would be your tactics to get to Baccaglini early?
Straight, just overtake.
Just go in, take a risk, run that risk of something going wrong.
Yes, I think that's their only chance. Just what I said, because otherwise, once he's in the rhythm, Leonardo, I think he's just unstoppable. You could see it on the final.
And everyone else has been battling to catch him using their tyre. He has just cruised away.
Yes.
Here we go then for the second time of asking. into the tram lines, lights are out, we're off and racing for the final time in Bahrain, into turn number 1. It's a good start from Bakaglini, but there's the move. Bazell takes the lead. You were absolutely right, Zombo Kovacs. Bazell stuck it up the inside of turn number 2. Bakaglini trying to get him out of the way early. Bazell cuts across. Game on. DD2, Sanyala and Virus are next. Oh, crossover there. Bakaglini's on the outside. This is what he didn't want to happen. Music to the ears for everybody else.
Yeah, we can see an exciting start. Yes, from this on, it's just like, as you said, game on.
Yes, and Bazell's going to have to defend. Bakaglini's going to try. You can see Bazell backing everyone up. What Jakob Bazell can't do is run too wide going into or run too deep going into a corner. He's going to have to get on the inside now. Can Bakaglini go around the outside at turn number 1? He's trying, but now he's been pushed back to third place. Up into P2, Slovenia's Zen Derua, who qualified 48th fastest. Derua to the inside of Bazell. No, Bakaglini runs third. Drivers off into the dust further back. We'll get a number check on those two drivers. Oikonomu, Montesinos were involved early on. Oh, Omar Alderaan, the Saudi Arabian driver, and Gonzalo Coutinho were the two drivers who went off. But it is Bazell, Derua and Bakaglini. The rest of the top 10 right there as well as we complete lap number 2. Now, Leonardo Bakaglini can't lose his cool, can he?
Yes, he just need to keep it cool and just wait for the moment. I think that's not...
Oh, they've said he went trying to go around the outside. He's into the pit lane exit. Derua on the outside. Bakaglini comes on side by side with the race leader. Bazell, Bakaglini's going to have to give that place back. He's going to have to give the place back. He's back into second position. And he'll say that he was trying to go around the outside of Derua and there was no room, and rather than try to come back on the track and cause an incident, he went through the pit lane, maybe didn't slow down. Well, see what happens.
Yes.
We'll see what happens.
The stewards will have...
Yes, yes. Now, it's Victor Frost Bay in 4th position, Virus is 5th, then it's Sanyala, Vendelboom, Moatzi, Savalio, Barber 10, Zabo running in 11th place, but at the tail end of this league group, that's good for Bender, yes?
Yes, he's still in the fight, as we can see, 11 cars of a train, so we will see a big fight.
Train. Then it's Pernia Diaz in 12th place, the yellow race suit. Behind Pernia Diaz is Van Leeuwen, Hannum, Friedel, Janowskis. Rasmus Friedel has already gained 15 positions, but Bazell stand on the anchors at every opportunity to fend for all his older brother Petter Bazell is a former Grand Finals champion. Oh, and that's what we didn't want to see. Derua and Bakaglini tripping over each other. Derua went in, Bakaglini defended. They went up and over the back. They've fallen back. They're still in the race, but now they've dropped to the tail end of this league group. Bazell, now Frost Bay, and who's that in? Is that Vendelbo? Yes, Denmark, 2nd and 3rd. You have to up the list. Denmark, Sorensen, Mats Thompson, but they were 2nd and 3rd back in 2017. So the Danes know how to get it done in DD2. But Bazell has the advantage on lap number 4. Oh, we've already lost Noah Hip, Antoine Brogio. Race Liberanti is down at the back of the field. We've got 32 karts left running. And suddenly, Jakob Bazell, now Jakob must know that Bakaglini is not behind him anymore. Bakaglini is 8th, Derua is 10th, so Bazell's no longer defending.
Yes, he just now need to go for like lap after qualifying lap. That's his only point. That's always a risky thing to go to the outside, and that's what we could see with Leonardo and Zen.
Yes. Now, top 2 are trying to break clear. It's Bo in 2nd position. Frost Bay defending 3rd from Estonia's Dragnar Virus. Then it is Gianluca Savalio, the Canadian driver, absolutely loves this track. It is Sanyala, Moatzi, Zabo up to 8th, Bakaglini and Derua 9th. Van Leo on his 11th, Padilla Diaz, Friedel, Barbarou, Hannam, Lockmellis, Boyd, Pernod, Janowskis, Guerin, G.K. Exton from 36th to 27th, Rosina, Plotnikov, Auleshna, Oikonomu, Maulam, Taskinen, Montesinos, Bursting, Friere and Liberanti.
And again, the race has started again for the first place. We can see again Bezel defending.
So yeah, we know Bezel will defend, and he's gone in deep to turn number 12. Can Rat get the crossover? No, but Victor Frostbay dies at the inside, and the two Danes swap places. That's going to open the door for Ragnar Virus, the blue race suit on the inside. Virus takes third. Savalio closing L. Gianluca Savalio with that red, predominantly red race suit and the orange crash helmet. Savalio has got a chance here. Canada, they've won plenty of TD2 Masters races. In TD2, they've won 1, 2, 3, 4 TD2 titles. Have the Canadians. Canada's actually the most successful TD2 nation. 2 wins for Wallet, Daniel Morand, and 1 for Ben Cooper. Can Savalio be the famous 5th? He's got a bit of work to do, but Bezel seems to defend and then gets his foot down and go.
Yes, like this style of racing of Bezel, it's always gonna be a heck of a race, as we could see. It's always gonna be a long train, and then you never know who's gonna win or who's gonna come forward.
What it tells me, I mean, the fastest lap of the race so far, 52.652 for Philip Moazzi. We've got a lead train. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Moazzi there in 6th position. Is the last kart sort of still hanging on to, although Bezel, not on a particularly quick lap at the moment. It seems as though whenever it gets their head down, they close in on Jakob, then they battle, Jakob defends, waits for them to trip over each other, sprints away a little, then it takes them a couple of laps to get their head down. I don't think Jakob Bezel's got the quickest kart in this race.
Yeah, definitely not, but at the moment he's doing the best of it, and he's getting the speed as well. It's not that bad as well, so...
Yeah, well, actually, yeah, 52.9 on that last lap for Bezel, a 53.0 for Virus. So Bezel, a 52.7 for Moazzi. So Philippe Moazzi, 6th position, but has the fastest kart in the race, and he's just got past Gianluca Savalio.
Yeah, you can never write Moazzi off, because we can see his pace is just phenomenal at the moment.
Well, we've got 12 laps to go. Moazzi is going to have to make his moves quickly and cleanly. Sanyala runs 7th, De Rua is 8th, Bakaglini 9th, then it's Van Leeuwen. Zabo slipped back to 11th place, then it's Barbarou. Matthew Tasker have dropped to the back of the field, so is William Exton. Liberanti is 30th. Looking further back, who are the big movers? The big mover is Lucas Pernod from Canada, from 35th up to 14th now. Ji Cao from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan, 14 places as the lead. Oh, there's a wheel-to-wheel contact there between the two Danish drivers, Frostbay and Vendelbo. Here comes Savalio trying to get him off. Oh, contact there. That was 3-1, doesn't go. And I'm trying to see who got turned around. Let's have a look. Savalio in the middle, and he's got somebody diving up the inside. Savalio just obviously, I think, sees the driver diving up the inside, and then has to sort of almost turn into the kart that's already turning into the corner in front of him. I think that bow that got turned around, we'll see now. It was Frostbay. It was the other Danish driver.
Yes, indeed. I think just Gianluca just blocked the front wheels, and that's why he could run into Big Frostbay.
But I think he also had Vendelbo sliding up the inside as well.
Yes.
So Savalio was sort of caught between a rock and a hard place there. Bezel and Virus. Now a gap back to Vendelbo, Moazzi, Sanyala, Bakaglini, De Rua, Van Leeuwen, Savalio, and Ben Zabo back into 10th. Then it is Frostbay and Hannam. But, you know, let's have a look at this lap. Virus slightly quicker than Bazell through sector number 1. Bazell gets that time back through sector number 2. This is real cat and mouse. And a new personal best lap, 52.82 for Virus, but look at Moazzi at 52.6. 9 laps to go. Moazzi is 1.9 seconds behind leader in 4th place. He's got to get past Vendelbo quickly. Moazzi, if Moazzi wants to win, he's got to go now.
Yes, as soon as he can, he just need to, and maybe he's just gonna have just time to catch the leaders.
But too much time trying to pass Rasmus Vendelbo. He's got Sanyala right behind him from Finland. And Moazzi really hustling that car. Now he's going to start losing time to the race leader because Rasmus Vendelbo is doing a 53.1 last time around, 2/10 slower than the race leader. Bazell checks over his shoulder. Virus has not given up. Virus 2,000s quicker on that last lap. Then Vendelbo now not defending from Moazzi, but Moazzi's got to make something happen.
Yes, he still have time, but as soon as he is just longer behind Vendelbo, he's just losing a lot of time to catch the leaders.
Now, who did we see? We saw running a little bit wide there. Let's have a look. Is 1.7 seconds between Virus in second and Vendelbo in third, who is now defending. Vendelbo defending from the Austrian Moazzi through turns 9 and 10. Sanyala closing in, bringing Baccaglini. And of course, we've forgotten about Leonardo Baccaglini. He can't make the move. Here comes Sanyala at the inside. And this is really making sure it's going to be a head-to-head fight between Bazell and Virus. Moazzi tries, but fails. Now, Savalio is back in 10th. Szabo back up to 9th. So this is a mature drive from Ben Szabo. Oh, there's a change of a turn number 5. And I think has Moazzi finally got through? Or is that Vendelbo still holding on? The leaders are getting closer. Now Moazzi's going to get the crossover. Now Moazzi's got the outside line. Vendelbo on the inside. Moazzi can't do it. Sanyala's right there. This is the battle of the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. And Szabo at the back of this group. Here goes Baccaglini getting it all crossed up. De Rua is there as well. But Virus is closing on the race leader. Let's have a look at the top of the hill. Oh no, yeah, this is the top of the hill. There's Vendelbo, Moazzi, Sanyala, Baccaglini and De Rua in that order. All very, very similar lines. Everybody absolutely on the limits on board.
Yes, everyone is just driving off their wheels for sure, and it's gonna be strange for the first position as well, because we are seeing thousands of seconds lap by lap, and there is a move for the 3rd position of Moazzi, and I think now he's gonna start to defend and then just see what the others will do.
2 laps ago, the gap between 2nd and 3rd was 1.7 seconds. It's now over 3 seconds. So they're not going to catch the top 2 unless something dramatic happens. But of course, that's been the case. So here we go. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 drivers all battling for 3rd position. All the way back to Harry Hannum in 12th position, to the tail end of that group. You can see Hannum with the lion with his green and yellow crash helmet. So this is 3rd back to 12th on our screens now. But Virus less than 4/10 of a second behind. Bazell has just put in a personal best lap, 52.79. It's been beaten by Virus, 52.73. Lap 16 of 21. They turn right and go up, 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 up and over, down, left, through the kink towards turn 12. This is the battle of a 3rd. Still Moazzi there. He's beginning to pull away a little bit from Vendelbo, but he's not going to catch these 2 drivers. Czech Republic's Jaka Bazell and Estonia's Ragnar Virus.
Yeah, it's just they are too far, and you have just only 4 laps to go. So I think we're gonna see an interesting fighting for the 1st position. I just feel like that, and it's a good good news for Moitzi that his speed just kept on and he can go away from the guys behind.
Yes, now sadly Michael Rosina has had to retire, so has Antoine Barbarou. We have got 29 drivers still running. Bazell, Virus, Moitzi, the top three. Vendelbo, Van Leeuwen now up to 5th position. Macaglini, Sanyala, Daru, Frost Bay and Savalio, your top 10. Then it's Sabo, Hannam, Pernod, Pernia Diaz, Friedel, Olejna, Chikau, Boyd, Lotmelis and Oikonomu. Plotnikov, Guerin, Mwaulam, Liberanti and Burstins, your top 5. Montesinos, Exton, Frier and Janoskis, the last drivers still running. And Chikau moves into 16th position. There's Martin Van Leeuwen in the orange and blue and white Dutch race suit down the hill. He is trying to close in elbow, but the third has sort of calmed down, but with 3 laps to go, it does look as though they're not going to be able to make an impression on the top 2, even if the top 2 start to battle, because they're simply going to run out of time. Virus cannot get in the slipstream of Bazell.
Yeah, he's just dancing on the edge of the knife. It's gonna be hard to catch Bejel, because I think now he started to put fast lap times and it's just always like thousands and hundreds of a second.
Yeah, the gap is flirting between like 3.5 tenths and 4.5 tenths of a second, which is not close enough to make a move on these DD2 karts with their very powerful front brakes.
Yes, even with that, it's just not an attacking range at all.
You need literally sat on your rival's rear bumper to sort of like make a move. And of course, if Bazell is not making a mistake, the purpose of this competition is that everything is equal. Everyone has the same kart, same engines, chosen at random. So therefore, if you have 2 drivers separated by half a second, both at the top of their game not making mistakes, it stands to reason they're going to go about the same speed.
Yes, definitely, and that's what we can see on them.
Well, 2 laps to go in Bahrain. 2 laps to go to bring the curtain down on the 2023 Grand Finals. Czech Republic, Estonia and Austria have the podium positions at the moment. Moitzi looks safe in 3rd place. Now is going to be the time where Jakob Bazell has to invoke the sort of the spirit Brother Petter, who is here watching and helping. The family know how to win. Does Jakob know how to withstand the pressure? Virus is closing. We are going to start the final lap right now, Zsombor Kovacs.
Yes, I think it's gonna be tight. But if the gap stays like that, then Bejel just doesn't need to defend and just, like, let's say, literally win the final. Of course, it's not that easy, just how I explained, but he's done the job.
Yes. You can't feel the nerves jangling. Oh, they both run a bit wide coming out of turn number 5 there, has to be said. You can't feel the every single bit of tarmac under the car, every single stone that goes underneath the floor tray, the rumble of the curb, even a little bit of rubber. Virus closing in. Virus is closing in. Ragnar Virus is not done yet. Is there time for a move? Virus will try the crossover. Bazell defends. Has he defended too much? No, he hasn't. Jakob Bazell emulates his brother and becomes a grand final champion for the Czech Republic by 11/100ths of a second over Ragnar Virus from Estonia, and Filip Moitzi completes the podium. The field flood across the line all the way back to the final kart still running, who will be Latvia's Janovskis. Here he comes, and Janovskis will be the last kart to take the checkered flag in the 2023 Rotax Grand Finals. Zsombor Kovacs, I'm just looking to see Ben Szabo 13th position.
think for the first time in his life at the Grand Finals, I think that's just the perfect. And even, you know, his results was fine and amazing through the heat, through the pre-finals. Yesterday he finished third, so I think he cannot be ashamed of himself what he has done.
No, exactly, and of course a long race in this pressure against this competition. As a first timer, there are bound to be little mistakes and errors, but he has now learnt how to manage the race week. It is a race week. The drivers got their karts on Sunday. They started testing on Monday. They had 6 practice sessions between Monday morning and Wednesday lunchtime. We then went into qualifying and the first set of heat races on Wednesday. Heat races on pre-finals yesterday, the finals today. Here, provisional DD2 results. Jakob Bezel, Ragnar Virus, Philip Moitzi, the top 3. Denmark's Rasmus Vendelbo, and then Leonardo Baccaglini finishes 4th and 5th. Axel Sanyala, Martin van Leeuwen, Zen de Rua, Gianluca Savaglio, and Harry the Lion Hannum round out your top 10. Lucas Pernod gains 24 places to become the second Canadian finishing inside the top 11. Then it's Victor Frostbay, Ben Sabo, Rasmus Friedel, and Guillermo Pena Diaz, with David Oleshna, Alexander Plotnikov, and Sebastian Boyd, the top 18 runners home.
It was a heck of a race.
It was.
At least the end was again a bit dramatic.
Yes,
so
it was a first half of the race was excellent. Then it settled down.
Yes.
And then slowly, Virus gave himself an opportunity. That's all you could do.
Yes.
You can see Oikonomo, Race Liberante, a top 20 finish. Exton, Cao, Guerin, Lokmelis, Montesinos, Burstins, Maulam, Frier, and Janowskis. The retirees: Rosina, Barbarou, Taskinen, Hip, Brosio, Coutinho, and Alderaan. Oh, what can you imagine what is going through Leonardo Baccaglini's mind now?
Yeah, it's a shame that it's happened to him. He's done a job through until the final.
And it was, again, he was dragged into a fight. And that is what all the rest of the leaders were going to hoped were going to happen. That in the middle of a scrap, Baccaglini would just be sort of slowed or hampered enough to prevent him using the pace that he's had all week. There's Zen de Rua from 48th in qualifying to battling for the race lead to having that collision and coming back to finish 8th. The quest for a grand final win goes on for de Rua. This is the number 441 kart. There is Ragnar Virus. Well, as a racing driver's on board, you know what it's like to finish as a runner-up in this event. There's the initial disappointment of not winning, but then the realization you've just come second in the grand finals against everyone else in the world.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's a nice feeling still to come for second, but you know, we are still racing drivers and you always want to win. But I think we can pay attention to him. He's gonna do next year. I think he's trying to go one better for sure.
I mean, Ragnar Virus, 22nd last year, 13th the year before, 24th the year before that, 23rd in 2018 and 36th in 2017. He finds a way to get a ticket to qualify every year, and this was by far his best showing, and he'll only improve from here on in.
Yes, definitely.
Well, I mean, Jen Wade is going to speak to our winner shortly. Zombo Kovacs, just quickly wrap up Hungary's overall performance, positives, negatives, you know, in every class.
I think we went quite well. We've done a good job in senior.
Yes.
On the finish line, it's sixth position. We are still waiting for the decisions.
For other, yes.
Exactly, for the others. We've had some front fairings in front of us. Us luckily didn't have. So
yes.
It can be. Maybe we can meet on the podium as well.
Yeah, maybe we could do that as well. And I mean, the drivers that haven't done well as they wanted to. There's Mr. Aulejner keeping his fingers crossed, and there's that's like Rasmus Vendelbo getting a hug there from his mechanic, Jen Wade. There is Jakob Bazel, and Jakob, the sign of relief on the weighbridge. He gets his nose cone checked. Now, we wait. Bazel.
And there is it. And there is the hug. It's lovely to see, to be honest.
Of course, yeah. You know, this is the culmination of 12 months hard work. The work for the Rotax Grand Finals 2024 starts tomorrow.
Yes.
You know, for a lot of the plans. Where am I going to race? Where are their tickets available? What's my strategy going to be to try and get back to this wonderful event? We will be revealing the venue for the 2024 Grand Finals. 25 years of the Grand Finals. I can exclusively reveal it's not Landau International Raceway. Jen Wade, that's where it is either, but she can tell us what the winner has got to say, because she's about to speak to Jakob Bazel.
Can we start?
Yes. Here we are, Jakob, new champion. You came back again, and now you've done it. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It was a hard week, but we did it, so I'm very happy for it.
You made it look easy.
I don't think so. It was really hard. Few moments was really hard, but at the end I finished first. So.
Now, of course, there was quite a bit of action behind you, which resulted in a change in positions. But in the end, Ragnus was really chasing. He was close. Did you know how close he was?
Yeah, I look behind and I see him. So I started first, so that was really good for me. And then when somebody was behind me, I tried to block, and we finished first. So.
Of course, it was a fantastic start, and I think that's what won it for you.
Yeah, I think also.
Yeah. Would you like to thank anyone in particular while you have the opportunity, or even if you want to talk to anyone at home, say hi? And
yeah, I want to thank all my family. They are here with me, and also at home, grandparents, brothers, friends, girlfriend, and my friends. Thank you.
Very nice. So you've added the title. Will we see you again next year? I know you've been doing a lot of work also supporting younger drivers. Are you coming back?
I must think about it, but I think yes.
Okay, we'll see you at the podium. Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, there we go. Relief, joy, ecstasy mixed in with desolation, disappointment, dejection. Motorsport. You've got to love it. Thank you very much for joining us on the race coverage. Please don't go away. What you need to do once I finish waffling on is go to the Rotax Karting YouTube channel and then look for the frame that says, or the little test card that says Saturday podiums. We will have the semi-finals, the finals of the Mojo tyre changing contest, some interviews, the revelation of where we're going to be next year, and all the podium celebrations. So please go and do that shortly. But before we leave this part of the coverage, on behalf of RP Rotax, can I thank all the drivers who haven't qualified for the Grand Finals this year. Those drivers racing in the Series or other trophy events around the world that didn't make it this far, but who tuned in to watch the drivers who beat them for a ticket do what they do best. We really appreciate your support for the club drivers up and down the world, who the weekend warriors, those drivers with their one go-kart, their one engine in the back of a van. You make the sport what it is. backbone of our sport. What you've seen today is the culmination, the absolute highest level of our sport. But without the Rotax customers racing once a month to their local track, sometimes 15th positions of victory, without you, then we would the grand finals. We want to thank the parents, the mums and the dads, the grandparents and the aunts and the uncles and the siblings who give up their time to allow the drivers you've seen today do what they do best. We want to thank everybody at the Bahrain International Circuit for providing such a wonderful event. You are going to see a tremendous podium celebration. You're going to see the world-famous Mojo tyre changing contest, and you're going to see that very, very shortly. I want to thank all my co-commentators from all around the world. We want to have this is a global event. We want to hear the world's voices. But for now, turn this stream off, find the new stream for the podiums. We'll be back from Bahrain very shortly.